My battery had run out or run down quite a bit, and I wasn't expecting it. I just not used to. Anyway, it's a good thing I never decided to add ads, to allow ads on my account. There are reasons I'm not able to, basically. But, my tendency to curse, as shown in the last video, but right there, right, boom, let's open it up with an oh fuck. Because I'm not going to edit that out, it would be really easy to do so, but I'm not going to remember, right, because I just don't do that kind of stuff. My understanding is, you can slip some salty language in, but if it's early, like in the first minute or two of a video, you're screwed. It'll get demonetized immediately. All right. What's happened so far? We're halfway through the first, well, I hope halfway. We don't know. The first set of cards. That's a better term for me. The official term is round of the final fourth age. Now, there's going to be 4 sets of cards. The last video I told you kind of what's happened in the world overall, but in this last period, what has happened? So, there was an agreement between Poland, Austria, and maybe Spain to force a war with Turkey. Turkey's aware of it. It was all done using table talk and whatnot. It led me to a bit of Austria did declare war, and that led me, when I was downstairs starting to load the video, to a worry that, hey, did I fuck up the Holy League? No, I didn't. You have to have an alliance with the Papal States, got it, and another Catholic realm outside the HRE, got it, that's Venice. They're in the war. They don't have to be. Be at war with a Muslim realm, got it, and occupy 2 or more of their provinces. I was worried that I had to maybe pull 2 states into the war. But no, that's not the case. So, and by the way, I could have raised troops here. So I could have raised, and they could just be normal Austrian troops. I could have raised troops based on these. That would be 2, and another one here would be 3. I could have raised some of the Venetians. If I wanted another army here to deal with Naples. Spain has been saying they're going to attack Naples. I don't want to bring the papacy into the war. That would lose me some cubes, the Protestant papacy. Anyway, let's look at this country by country, though. Only Austria has declared war so far. They brought Venice into the war. They weren't able to bring Bavaria in, which is the one they really wanted to bring in, but they didn't have the cubes there. And this one wouldn't have worked. They can't discard that. And Turkey brought Wallachia in. Looking at other countries, France is in a weak situation overall, has largely been dealing with their unrest. Spain has also been dealing with their unrest. You can see they don't have a lot of cubes for military operations, but they've been planning for it. They conducted a siege here. I may leave that unrest in play. I don't have tolerance, unfortunately. Only Turkey and Poland still. That's a really useful capability. But I am set up so I can do a naval operation into here, land in Naples, and start taking that. Or I could operate against Algiers, but I'm much more interested in Naples than I am in Algeria. Although I do have capabilities to not easily, but to convert territories to Counter-Reformation, which might be interesting. I don't know what that would do here. There's no Protestants near me. So Catholic works just fine, and I could have done that before. Naples also is Muslim. Very easy to change religions in this game. England's been struggling, man. But I think they've settled down on the concept of going to war with Scotland as their goal for the turn. It's not going to be trivial, but we've started building up our army for that. So we're going to see another war there. Like I said, Austria has been preparing their country for the war for most of this turn. And boy, are they set up. They have a huge number of cubes. They have a big army, some allied troops. Those are black units there. The only thing they're missing is money. They're kind of pushing it close, and so is England for that matter. Poland is also preparing for war. Their large cube source has decreased greatly because they started making military reforms. They wanted cannons. They haven't built their army yet. They had to take their cannon down there. If you watched the last video recently, you would remember that. But they have to build an army within striking range of Turkey because our armies are in Bohemia and up in Prussia right now. Neither one's all that big, so I don't lose that much, but I would have really liked the artillery. I have a lot of money, but I don't have stupendous amounts of money like Turkey did. Turkey spent a fortune building a navy up. Not a lot of big warships, although they did build more galleys so that they can fight if the Poles bring it to a naval battle. And building up a land force here that already existed. We brought one ally into play with Wallachia. In terms of exciting events that are out there, well, what's fired off? We had the Captain Jenkins year. I don't know. We had a couple of things that tinkered with stuff. But currently sitting out here is the eventual solution, I guess, of the War of Spanish Succession, even though it's gone. Oh, yeah, I mentioned this before. Kalasmar pointed out that even just exposed events, power struggles, whatever they're, power plays, I don't know what the fuck they're called, power struggles, allow you to buy claims more cheaply. That's very helpful. I was playing that incorrectly before and put a big rant on it. And, you know, it's nice because he has a lot more patience, I guess, for looking in the rules to find this shit out. Maybe just hearing something that he's like, I don't think that's right, you know? But whatever. Very, very helpful to someone like me who's just like flying all over the place in my brain. So what is sitting out there? That's sitting out there. It doesn't do a hell of a lot. It can fuck with Spain. Maybe Turkey will play it, except they played the tulip period or something to prevent someone else. Pragmatic sanction. This could cause some problems for Austria. Again, maybe Turkey would play it. I actually don't think that it does. Austria may pay alliance to diplomacy to gain alliances. You're too limited in number of alliances in this game. You can't create any kind of really grand alliance. You have, I think it's 3 allowed on the board, and a 4th one if you get a bigger council. So you got to be kind of careful. And alliances are really important because they're how you vassalize places and take things over. So you don't just want good big stuff to be your allies. Domestic recognition, they lose some unrest, get some cubes, and cubes are nice because they can be used to prevent religious unrest. Flip all alliances they have to their fireside. Nothing terribly bad there. They get Maria Theresa out of it, which I think is actually all that maybe I want, but going into a war, Leopold is a little bit better. And he'd be my military leader. And then, if anybody really wants to be a dick to the warriors, all players must remove a number of their deployed units equal to their total number of unrest as casualties. Regular units become exhausted. Players must exhaust. You can take casualties on non-regular units though, so you could take them on your allies or your mercenaries, I guess. It says their deployed land units. I don't know. Players must exhaust units from available. Yeah, I don't know. If they have no remaining deployed units to remove, I think it has to be their own. Then the player who played this gets to refresh their own exhausted force pool. This is really interesting. The people who have access to it I don't know. Austria might do this if they lose their battle, for example. So it becomes this interesting little play that can be done. Turkey and Poland have already fired their events off. Spain hasn't fired theirs off yet. They might actually do it as well, just because they don't have a lot of troops on the board. But they have what they can afford. They can't afford to put another army out. And that's kind of the problem. Nobody's really in a great position to take advantage of it, but it could be really advantageous to someone, say, with the money of Turkey, if they lost a battle and lost their army, they'd have a bunch of exhausted units. They'd get them back. And the victors in the battle, who presumably have more troops left at that point, would lose half their units. So it kind of resets things and gives you an advantage under certain circumstances. But Turkey already used their event, so they won't be able to. This should be pretty interesting. It's Thursday. I would kind of like to get at least a card play in for everybody before I go dancing tomorrow. I don't know. I'm kind of psyched for it and might be able to do it. Right, well, back up I am. France played a central authority. I had to take a loan to do this. I have the bank, so I got $8 from the loan instead of the normal 5. I'll have to pay 9 back. I get a better return on my loans from it. It's a hard call, but I don't want to do my reorg yet. I want to hold that till the end. Getting this card out there is valuable, because I only have 5 cards. Now, why did I take a loan? Well, I'm probably going to pay for this, so want to make the loan either way. I hope I remember, you know, the different valuation for the loans. It's going to be hard to remember. I had kind of a hard call. I wanted to play one of a couple of cards I have. Again, I have to reorganize my cubes so that I can launch my war, and I don't want to do it until I do so. But I had a central authority in my hand too. Those are useful because stability can be increased with them. But development allows me to play with the religious issues. I felt like that was the more important to get out first. Do a quick reorg. They're going to hold their cards. Commercial growth is useful. Naval traditions is useful. Spy network not so much, but discarding 1, I get 0 back. So not very helpful. Bum, 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 bum. Here comes the Empire. All right. First thing we have to worry about is, where are we interested in the Balkans? So to figure that out, we walk probably too quickly. Find the Austrians. Defend the Empire, not going to be important. Obviously, I don't have the card there. Iron Crown of Italy, not going to be important. Not unless Naples is in there. Ooh, it is. Ooh. Yeah, but Spain. Burgundian inheritance not in play. Adriatic ports. We want 4 more ports facing the Adriatic. That makes invading Dalmatia, which is, I think, where we go, more valuable. Domination of the Balkans. Dalmatia is among them. Okay. So my first thought is that the Empire would go that way, and I think they will. So 1, 2, no fight. Venice is actually my ally, so I'm kind of covering their ass too. And nothing more than that, just puts it over to the Poles. Wonder if they're going to war yet. Poland kind of wants Austria to bear the brunt of this war. Austria's got this card that they're getting big points for. Sure, I've got my cards too. Austria's got a big army, big cube set. They have the most to gain from it. And I think they should throw the biggest effect in. However, I'm kind of beginning to run out of things to do. Out of event, I fired off a bunch of stuff. I could just build an army, but if I don't fight a war, if I don't fight a battle, I kind of waste a cube on that, right? Whereas if I declare war and build my army at the same time, I don't waste a cube, but then I'm open to the Turks hitting me right away. So neither of these cards particularly helps me. Is there anything else I can do while I'm at peace that I particularly want to? I could try to grab a claim here. There's a couple of provinces in Prussia that I've lost touch of, and I could just attack those. I don't have a subjugation, do I? No. This turn would have been very different if I did. What does claim only cost me 1? I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to buy me a claim over here. Because I want to delay. I want to delay. Of course, Turkey's fired off their event. Wait, maybe I don't want to delay. See, Turkey's fired off their event. If they just pass, yeah, but they'd be giving everything up. Yeah, I'll take my chances. I'm not at war with them yet. I'd love to go to war with them if they want it. let them make the choice. Now, Turkey does not have a claim on the Poles, which means there would be a stability cost or something to launching an attack. However, we can go to war with Austria over there. I have 2 leaders. One would cost me 1 military to put down. One would cost me 2 over here. Obviously, the 2 is a much better leader. If I play the 2, I don't get an action, though. So that's out of the question. I could reorg and get another cube. I don't want to do that. So we're going to appoint our military leader over here. And I guess we're going to fight. Cube goes. We march in. I look at my cards. Yeah, I would love to. Nope. Austria. Nope. Could have intercepted, but doesn't seem worth it. Okay. So, let's see what we got here. The Turks are attacking. They have only 4 dice. We have lost nothing, right? No, we lost our Janissaries. But we have military drill. Plus we have this important glorious arms, which could give us victory points if we win a battle against the Austrians. Austria on their side had better appoint someone. Austria will appoint Vlad to command the army. I think. I feel like I have a lot of cubes. Yeah, but sieges, man. Vlad is going to give me 2 extra dice. And for benefits, I have Janissaries, but none of the other toys. Okay. Let's roll the Turks first. And yeah, 2 people this far apart, it's just hard. I guess I could stand over here and I'd be in a decent place. The Turks get 3 hits on the Austrians. We're going to take 2 of them on Allied units. And 1 over there. And those aren't dead yet, but I'm not going to get that many dice. Austria gets 5 dice, minus 1 for the drill, right? Make it 4 dice. And we do have Janissaries. We have a cav, and that's it. So all we cause is 1 hit. The Turks will take that there. We'll get these guys off the board. Okay. Possible retreats. Austrians still have 6 infantry. Turks have 6 infantry. We'll keep going. Okay, so the Turks were at 4 dice before. They should still be there. Let's knock some... interesting. The fact that these are both Moscow, this is part of Lithuania. That's kind of weird. The Turks do 4 hits on the Austrians. This. And 3. And the Austrians should also still be at 4 dice. We only have 1 there. Checking for casualty checks. The Austrians do 4, 5, 6 hits on the Turks. That wipes out the Turkish army. I hope I put everybody in the exhausted instead of... Yeah, I couldn't have killed anyone. Okay, so the Turkish army's been wiped out. Turkey does not get a cube for being wiped out. We injured their leader. Whoa. I got more stuff than I thought. Turkish army has not been wiped out. Yeah, this one. Okay, but I did injure the leader. He gets a wound marker. The funny thing is, you would kind of think maybe they should get knocked out of the battle situation if they're wounded, like be temporarily out. Okay, so now the decision is harder. It's still 4-4. The Turks have the less likely, more valuable units present. If I run away, I take a casualty, I think, although there might be some implications of the cav being there. So, not under military actions, under warfare, I guess. Under land battles. Retreat. If a player chooses to retreat, they lose 1 additional unit. Attacking units must retreat to the areas. Oh, doesn't look like there's any benefit for a cav advantage or anything protecting you from that. So I would have to lose an expensive piece. This is just not good for Turkey. There's no good answer here for them. Preserving my army, sure, I might be able to rebuild some of it. I think I have a card that allows me to. I have this Logistics Master, which I can take a recruit action where I can use up to 3 exhausted units, which is important because I have no units available to me. I would still have a reaction card, but I wouldn't have a cube for it. I'd have to do a reorg to get that cube in play. I'm going to keep fighting because I don't know what else to do. We're still at 4 dice to 4 dice though. Okay, we get all kind of toys here. We get 3 hits on the Austrians. Austrians have a maximum of 4 they can do. They've got their 4 dice. They weren't going to retreat, although they're as likely to lose as anyone. They cause 2 hits to the Turks. There goes the Turkish cav. Cav is not that valuable. The Austrians have lost most of their troops. And now we've got a hard call again. Austria's only got 1 unit left. Wait, am I fucking taking pieces off at random? What the hell? I don't know. I think this was what I had. Austria's out of troops. Don't know if I would have made that decision, but the Austrian army is defeated. So the Turks did win the battle. I believe he gets to transfer to a different army. Which means the Turks get their cube back. And that's a big deal. Because now, sure, Austria has cubes, troops, they have an army somewhere else. We can raise up another force and fight. But it's going to take some effort and some time to get there. So that's gonna be problematic for them. They didn't get the quick win they wanted. They were hoping they would beat the Turks there. Obviously, you always hope you win a battle. Well, it didn't work out that way. The Turks don't have a hell of a lot left, though. They're going to have to reorganize their force too, but they got a cube, and cubes have been their weakest link right now, which means I could conceivably do that thing that allows me to grab 3 more troops. I could also, at the same time, buy myself some mercenaries, 3 more mercenaries, and actually have a pretty decent sized force that I can use against Austria and start launching attacks into Austrian territory. All right. And the consequence I forgot about, they get 2 prestige, which is, huge, right? If you can win battles, you get this tremendous advantage off that, especially later in the game like we are, where, it feels like we're trying to milk out the victory and whatever, and keep this distance between us and second place as large as possible. And now we've squeaked out, a couple more victory points. That is a big deal, especially since Austria's got the 7 Years' War on the burner. Turkey's not playing there. They're not at all involved. Like, they would have to work really hard to get it up into here. Bonus of France's choice, and of course they could have broke even, I think, because this costs 2, is that I can increase stability for only 1. The base price is 3, but I factor that in. So I'm going to do that. The question, of course, is, did I want to reserve that admin cube to be able to reduce, to change a religion, another religion? Because I'm threatened by a couple of different locations here, and the Spaniards have a full development card. They could, and enough cubes, they could just sling a bunch of counter-reform Catholicism through France if they so desired. They don't really want to hurt France, but they do want to protect themselves. I'm wondering if Spain made the wrong choice by playing the development card, because they have this central authority card here. What was that I? Oh, that just means it's face up. With which they could do the same increased stability thing, which would be a good idea, because they're going to eat an unrest if they don't solve their stability problem. Also, before I go to war, let's grab a claim to Portugal. We can take some provinces in Portugal, even if we can't take the capital. Or, maybe we can launch a bigger war. There's not a lot of Portugal. Yeah, there's this. I think that, I'm not sure about the peace terms. Let's take a look. Basically, you need a total victory. You need to conquer everything, but that may just be everything in Europe to completely absorb something. So vassalization, you need a total victory. That's easy to achieve. You must occupy the capital. So I could vassalize them. Annexation, total victory to enforce. The losers de jure provinces are fully incorporated. Okay. We have to look up a definition then. Province. Is province over here because there's less of them here? It is not. Provinces are one of the main sources of income. Page 4. Provinces, small, large, tax value. Mainly what I'm curious, distant continents have distant provinces. I'm guessing that those are provinces. So if I can't conquer this, I won't be able to completely take Portugal off the board. But I could vassalize them, which would be okay. It would be a good solution. I think that gets me towards the combined Spain issue. So did I do what I wanted to? Yes, I dropped my claim before I go to war. Okay, the English have an alliance with Scotland. For some reason I thought that's okay. It's not. I can't go to war with Scotland. But I can break the alliance, right? I think. I can't remember. Alliances 12, 15, and 32. I think it'll be under 32. Shit. I don't think I can break the alliance. I thought there was a way. I thought there was a way to break the alliance. Fuck. Ending an alliance. Here we go. You can do it with a forge alliance. Okay, I did not think that was the case. So I could, if I have all my allies out. I do. So if I forge a new alliance somewhere, things could change. I have some diplomacy cubes. This is... Forge alliance is going to cost me cubes equal to half the target's tax value. And I need 2 cubes in the area. 2 cubes in the area is going to put me into debt. I've already built my army. I thought I was going to go to war. And now I'm like, whoa, what the fuck was I doing? Okay. So I could just drop 2 diplomacy cubes into someplace. First of all, no, I can't. I could put 2 cubes into Magdeburg and get an alliance there. But I would rather have an alliance over here with one of these states. Let's say Munster. Again, 7 years war territory. In order to do that, I need to drop 2 cubes. In order to do that, I have to pay 1 cube for an influence action and $3, which is going to put me into debt further. But can I get an alliance here? I cannot afford... Wait a minute. I could afford an alliance with the Dutch, but it would disappear. I think they're worth more than $10. So I don't want to risk that. Yeah. And that'll let me get rid of the alliance. Then I'll be able to go to war easily. So that's the plan. And I got to put some debt out. Austria lost the war so far. They need to get an army out or they have total collapse on their hands, right? I have a few choices. I have the army up here with Vlad still in charge. I could swap him out. That's, I think that's here in Saxony rather than over there. Could have been in either. That's going to take me 2 cubes to move down into Turkish territory. And I'm not really strong. Do I have a forced march? No. Another option would be I could build a 5 cube army. I'm out of money though. Again, I could take out some debt, but that only is a 3 cube army. So I don't have enough cash to get another army. I can't bring in any additional folks. Let's start our way down. We're allied 1, 2 into Austria. Poland has their artillery. I don't want to build my army quite yet. I want to be prepared to launch my attacks with all my cubes. So we'll do a reorg. Hope I didn't violate things with these mountains. I'm looking right now at the forced march here. I think a mountain, you have to stop movement, and you may not be able to move 2 spaces if you have it. This allows you to move 4 spaces. And my initial thought was, oh, I could go 1, 2, pick up 3, 4. But those mountains each cost 2. So that's problematic. I can't do that. And I also can't do 1, 2, creating an army and building it and moving it in to attack there. I could siege Zara. That would be of interest. It's a Venetian territory. I would probably be able to get it because there are no Venetian armies on the board, although there might be an NPR attack at the end of the turn. I think. Okay, so wait a minute. NPR attacks, these are so fucked up. Like, these just do not work how I would think they do. I gotta look in the index for this. NPR invasion 36 is where this is spelled out. So, all 3. The NPR is not an active ally. It is an active ally. I don't have to worry about it. Good enough. Okay. Hungary is a vassal. I don't have to worry about it. So I have a few options here. I could siege Zara. That cost me 1. I would kind of like to deal with this. I could march in there. With this guy alone and hope for the best. I have some advantages, but not Janissaries, which sucks. I have military drill, so I drop them a die. Maybe help a little. That's about it. Because this is under unrest, it'll get conquered if I don't do something about it. Stupid Poles. They did that to me. I could reorg. I'm gonna reorg. See what comes of the. Ah, fuck no! I can't afford this. See, here's the problem. There's an Austrian army here. That's in striking distance. If I don't do something, I'm in trouble. All right, logistics master it is. I could activate 2 armies, but that doesn't really help. I could take a recruit action at no extra cost, where you can, no extra military cost, where you can use up to 3 exhausted armies. Okay, so these become available, well, these will be what I use. I can pull additional forces though. This is my gunpowder army up there. That will get, I want a cav. I'm allowed to buy up to 3 of these. Now, this doesn't have to happen in one place. So I could drop some army in here to deal with that problem at the same time. How many? Yeah, good question. So this is going to be their double cost, or their 2 extra. So 4, 8, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 21 bucks I'm buying a cavalry. To give me more power. Okay, that leaves me with 5, great. More power on the board. I will put a cav here. I'm going to have to lose non-mercenaries if I do this. 2 units there, or 2 in the war? I'll recruit. I think that was legitimate. That generates a fight down there. I get 3 dice, the enemy gets 2. I'm viewing the war as more potentially disastrous than the rebellion. I'm not really sure. I get a hit. They only get 2 dice. They get a hit. That's perfectly fine. I can live with that. Wasn't going to keep those mercenaries. They aren't doing me any good there. Okay, that's the Turks. That puts me to the French, and time for me to make some tea. Boy, well, this is something you're not going to see very often. It's, I made another mistake. That you'll see quite often. But, yeah, it's like 10 a.m. on a Saturday. I got some sleep in after dancing, but not in great shape. Okay. So I have ignored penalizing people. You know, if somebody has a -3 stability, hey, no problem, I'll take it. Well, if you lose stability, first of all, if you gain stability at +3, you gain 2 cubes, 2 admin cubes. Great. No, wouldn't have guessed this at all. And likewise, I wouldn't have guessed if you lose stability from -3, you lose 2 admin cubes per step. If you don't have them, you lose cubes of another type. If you have none, though, you ignore the penalty. So at least you can avoid the cost to some extent. I haven't done that. I'll try to remember it. It's not a terrible penalty, right? It's not like the bankruptcy type effects when you're out of something. So yeah, again, this is something Kalasmar looked up and found because he was troubled by there being no cost to losing stability when you're at -3. I'm rather used to that kind of thing. If you're at the bottom of some sort of track, fuck it, man. So I didn't even think about it. Different viewpoints, I guess, in terms of like, you know, whether or not to even bother looking for the rule. He also brought up an interesting concept, which is when you get and they're not very often, the dynamic NPR realms, when they get an action, they could go take something that someone else has a claim to. I think that's what happened here. I think that's what I did here. But yeah, he's looking at that as a positive way to use those to do something when you really can't do anything on the European map by taking more territory, right? I mean, you can't take territory away from a real country. All you can do is hope that it rebels and ends up in the NPR's hands. And that's a pretty minor effect. Whereas here, you can grab something that isn't yet taken, and it does become more of an... there's more of a reason to do that. On the other hand, nobody's actually doing that. You know, what the fuck has Turkey got here? The Hejaz. I'm afraid that I kind of forgot what the fuck's going on down there. Like, I can go take that. Oh, well. And this period of having trouble getting up here and playing has increased, or whatever. I don't think I played on Friday. It's Monday now. Saturday, usually... I've been slipping into turn, you know, 1 round around or something like that. Most Saturdays, late in the evening, well, late at night, maybe early Sunday morning. But it's usually a waste, you know. I'm recovering on Saturdays. But Sunday I went shopping, which is a very good thing because I was pretty much out of food. My stocks are gone. And that kind of wipes me out. And then, I don't know, I fucked around, you know, fair amount of raid, but other stuff too, just on the computer all day and sleeping and whatnot. And now it's like, I don't know, early evening, very late afternoon, whatever, on Monday, and I don't know what the fuck I'm doing anymore. I've lost track of everything. It's not optimal. I know there are wars going on. We had Turkey won their battle here and stuff, and we're kind of late in the turn. I was hoping to get the whole round, whatever it is, completed before I went dancing. I usually manage that. Oh, I just realized the utility of one of these cards, this mass desertions. Maybe I hadn't looked before, whatever, but the way Poland's been fucking with Turkey's unrest situation, they can wipe out the Turkish army. Now, Poland's already used their event, but Austria hasn't. This is an interesting opportunity. I don't think France is interested in that event. France has very, very few cubes left. So they're looking at, well, my turn may be ending. I'm not sure I'm going to do anything. I could actually fire off one of these subjugations if I play a cube. I could reorganize and clear up one of my own unrests. But that's about it. So I'm kind of looking, or I could do a reorg and do an exploration. But there's other things I have available. I have the central authority and the development available to fiddle around with. So I could perhaps increase my stability. No, I don't have admin cubes. Yeah, I'd have to reorg to do any of that. I could do spy network. Ooh. We see the power of spy network, though. That's what Poland used to soften Turkey up. Now, it's not going to mean it puts Turkey in a horrible position, but this event makes it much, much more powerful, and that may wipe out the Turkish army. I'm not sure, because they have a lot of unrest running through their country. One event that's kind of useful to me, which is the pragmatic sanction. I could get an admin cube off this. Okay, that's interesting. None of these others give me shit of any value. This allows me to refresh units as the player who picks the event. And they could, France has a lot of exhausted units, but they're not going to do much this turn. So not too valuable for them. Big deal for Austria, except they don't have the money to build those units. Austria may pay 2 dip to gain alliances with 2 NPRs. It's not 1 per, it's 2 for 2. I hate those kind of deals. Adjacent to their realm, and place 2 cubes in their areas. You gain an admin. I mean, the chance that there's something more important over here is so high, but this may be the only time I get a chance to pick a card that has a cube in it. And that cube would be useful. I could do some religious, some missionary work. That's really about it. I could play around with cards. I think, what is it that I'm able to subjugate? Not much. I can either subjugate Anjou without Provence, because I lost Provence at some point, or over here, I don't think I have any alliances. Looks like I do not. I would really like to use this for something more impressive, but I'm holding 2 fucking subjugate cards. Do I want to put more cubes anywhere else? What else am I going for? I got my thing there. I have Italian ambitions. Lombardy and Central Italy. And I also have something down here where I want to take Savoy, but that's going to be hard to do without going to war with Spain. Ooh, 5 or more in Lombardy or Central Italy. I feel like I've been knocked out of that area. I'm just not going to be able to do that. This isn't part of the power struggle, though. Kind of wish... Wow, I got a claim over here. Neat. What an odd... Oh, I've got one in Lombardy, too. Yeah, I mean, I could go to war with something in Lombardy. Notably Savoy. Anything else? I'm just really having trouble seeing anything. I think I'm just going to play this cube. I have money. I could play additional cubes at $3 each, which doesn't seem like a terrible idea. I have another subjugate. There's no limit, I think, to how many cubes I can play. I mean, other than my cubes, right? Influence. Yeah. I want to go into debt. I have another subjugate, so I'm going to place one here for Anjou. I'm going to place one here for this. And let me just look at my goals that I haven't picked and see. Imperial border conflict. Owner vassalized Savoy. Yeah, so I don't want to go into debt, so I have like one extra cube. I could put that in Savoy, but I kind of have a fair amount in Savoy if I need to. Bases in North America, that's not going to work. Secure the Low Countries, 5 or more provinces. That would really take a war to do. Claiming 2 Sicilies. Naples or Sicily. Would have to be 3 or more provinces in Naples or Sicily. The weird thing here is this is part of Aragon again. There's only 3 provinces total there. That doesn't look terribly easy. These I probably can't even achieve. I'm probably not far enough along. Just kind of torn. Oh, there's an imperial cube in there too. I'm kind of torn as to, you know, what I want to do. I think this is going to take a war to achieve. I could put one here and start working towards things like Provence. This is French. Does a 3rd cube in Savoy do me any good? I'd really probably be looking more at getting Burgundy under those conditions. That will take 3 cubes. I'm going to drop that 3rd cube here. I just happen to have enough money for a 3rd cube, and it seems like a waste to not, you know, use that capability fully. Sorry, this is taking a long time, and I'm reasoning on camera. Sometimes it feels right, like the more confused and troubled I am, the more right it feels to reason on camera. When I'm not troubled, when I'm not confused, when I feel like I know exactly what I'm going to do, I don't want to interfere with the camera. But I feel like I have to go through these complex thought processes more explicitly right now. It's kind of at the decision point. No one gains anything for playing this. It's an interesting card for me. I get a military leader who is as good as my Cromwell, if I pick this. But my cube capabilities drop dramatically. So I may not even want this card, depending on whether or not Cromwell's going to survive the turn. I don't see him dying on the cards that are exposed. So that's a minor setback, or maybe a wash, depending on how you look at it. But the Bourbon rule, we've already talked about that this isn't going to cost me anything because I don't have anything. Well, this is not true. Yes, it is. I don't have anything in Naples, Sicily, or Aragon. I have vassals, but those don't count against me. But if I go to war and capture territories in Naples, that may cause a rebellion there, rebel forces, even though the unrest won't be added. And that'll be somewhat annoying. It's 4 of them, so that's a fairly hefty force to deal with. I can probably handle it, but it's a big force. I certainly don't want to retain the Habsburgs. Although that would allow me to reject Philip V. I have no interest in that, and I don't want to lose 3 victory points. Far enough behind, even though I'm in third. So that first one's really intriguing. Now, if I pick it now, before I go to war, I lose a stability, which sucks. And yeah, there's a cube cost to losing stability that was brought up. I think it's on this video that I mentioned that. If I was already at -3. So I'm not really thrilled with losing stability. I have the capacity to buy, not stability. Do I have? Yeah, I have a central authority sitting in here. So I might be able to buy that stability back in a way that's not as expensive. I have a lot of cubes available to me. But, so the neat thing about this is I would get absolute monarchy out of it. That's about it. All right. Well, that becomes the important question. We have to understand what absolute monarchy is. That's going to be an administrative idea, one which is not out. Let's see what it does. I gain a stability each time I enforce a peace on an opponent in a peace resolution. I'm kind of counting on us winning this war if I join. During phase 4, if you have positive stability, you gain 2 cubes of any type and a prestige. You do lose a stability, but gain 2 cubes and pick any display card from the discards. I guess it goes into your hand. Ooh, that sounds nice. You know, I think we're going to do this. Just because if we do it right now, there's no cost in terms of unrest. If we do it after we go to war, there is a cost. Now, I could do the restabilization first, but I'd rather not. Okay, so that pumps me here, and we take care of this. And again, taking a long time to make these decisions. So, where's our card? Our card is here. I put $2 on each of these. Okay. Bourbon rule. I'm going to lose some stability, yeah. May research absolute monarchy for free. Bang. I guess that just happens right now. So I get 2 victory points for that. That's cool. And the rest of it comes here. Now, absolute monarchy is actually mentioned in the sequence of play. This doesn't replace anything, I believe. I'm not positive of that. It may. Let me check the event points. Ideas. Okay, so we look here, ideas 12 and 21. I think this is going to be in 21. That's where the rule is. And I know that there's some rules on replacing cards, but I don't know precisely what they are, etc. So available and adding ideas. I would guess it's under here. If an event lets you research an idea not on display, you may still do so by taking an unresearched, non-basic idea of matching type and shuffling it back in the deck, then put your research. If there are no unresearched, you make a new space. Okay, so yes, we do lose something. I get the choice of that, but there's only one, which unfortunately is colonization policy, which is one that I kind of like, but yeah, you know, fuck me. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing it. Give me the event back. I'm going to research colonization. Because then I get both. So instead of firing the event and all that shit happening that I'm not doing right now, this goes back. The $2 goes away. The event does not get played. And instead, I pay, and this is expensive. I don't have a a card that lets me do this. I don't have the... That would lose me stability anyway. So that's going to cost me 5 cubes. Painful? Sure. I get the 2 that I already put down, so I'm not going to put them down again. But now colonization actions cost me 1 admin or 1 cube, 1 colonist less, and I get 2 colonists immediately. I don't have anything to do with them, but that's fine. You know, so my 5 cost is dropped to 3, which isn't too bad, and I get to bring another card out, which is a big deal. I'm going to have a ton of diplomacy. I wish, because I'm going to fire that event off soon. All right. The only problem I have right now is I do have an unrest in my country. I don't like that being there, but I cannot afford to get rid of a military cube, because I'm going to be fighting this war with only 2 cubes, not 3 now, because I did that. Ouch. Should be able to do it, right? I don't know. Declaration of war moves me here, moves my army in, right? That's 1 cube. There's no army to fight. Siege. I have artillery. I can take 2 towns, which is either the big... Well, no, Naples is not big. So I can take 2 small towns. It's not exactly what I want. It is definitely not what I want. Wow. I'm kind of fucking myself over. But yeah, I want the ideas. Screw it, man. Maybe I'll figure out something else, but yeah. And after fighting with this fucker for a little while, now I'm having to check every, every breath, basically. I come to a question in my head. This is similar to what I have with La Grande Guerre and something else that should be down here, balance of power. Okay? In those games, I'm not... Yeah, thanks. I'm not sure if a little rules tweak would fix the game. Those games have a real problem in that the manpower totals, when you conduct offensives, probably less rigorous offensives than historically make sense. At least in La Grande Guerre. Like, I feel like my offensives tend to be less rigorous than historical. The manpower doesn't come back, doesn't replace at the rates that I'm losing it, even with these less rigorous offensives. When I look at balance of power, it's harder to tell, am I following a historical level of combat because the game's a little bit more abstract, or am I just bleeding the other side, bleeding each other dry, doing a Verdun situation, right? Where, it's like, well, if I hit them, they will have to lose more troops in attrition and they can't afford it. So therefore, I will throw in as much as possible because I can afford the attrition and they cannot. That kind of situation. So I don't know whether or not it's my mindset or if that rules tweak would actually help things, right? I suspect, no, sorry, if that rules tweak would not, wait, I don't, anyway. I believe that my mindset in those games is the optimal way to play, right? Which is, yes, if you have an advantage on your enemy, I'm the Western, I'm on the Western front with the Entente. I definitely want to attack the Germans, even if I'm losing more than they are, because they have another front that they're fighting on. Therefore, me bleeding them dry helps Russia, and I can afford it because I'm putting, France and Britain up against, who aren't losing anything anywhere, up against the Germans, and I'm just draining the German forces total much, much more. this is weird because I'm trying to go out of my way to explain something that I haven't really explained on this game, which is the cube limitation a result of my misplaying, right? Because I have this feeling that I just don't have enough cubes, I don't have enough activity to do the things that I feel like I should be able to do. Is that a result of me mismanaging the game, or if I had more cubes, would I still feel that limited? Or, you know, let's see, I don't know if those are the only two options, but basically, if I had more cubes, or is the game just not giving you enough cubes, right, is one of the other options. Now, I know that I've not optimally used my countries, right? I feel like if you could optimize your countries, you should be able to do at least as well as historically. A little extra fat makes it possible for players to go to war with one another, makes it easier for them to go to war with one another. There were a lot of wars over the period of this game. The fact that you can't control your unrest and that you can't do the things you want to on the colonization board and all that kind of stuff means that even if you had an advantage that would lead you to think that going to war is a good idea, you just can't afford it because you don't have enough cubes, right? It's a matter of only countries that have some fat on them in terms of actions and capabilities they can perform are capable of performing war actions. And war requires, you know, you're going to be going in with some chance. Unlike, you know, handling rebellions and whatnot, you're going in with some significant chance and risk when you go to war. So I feel like the game, by constraining your actions, is actually creating a more peaceful situation. I almost feel like maybe there's a fix, you know? Maybe give everybody one extra cube at all time in each area of the game, or something along those lines, because I do feel like it's too constrained. I also feel like this is constraining the turns too much. There's just core mechanisms to this game that, in conjunction with my mismanagement, are definitely causing problems. The question is, if I were managing it better, or like with that, if I was playing in a different manner, would I get historical results? I'm pretty damn sure not in La Grande Guerre. Here, if I was playing in an optimal manner, would I get historical results? And is that really fair? You know, do you expect that the players have to play optimally to get the historical results? You know, I feel like that's a bit much to ask. I feel like excellent play not interfered with by others. And that's a key factor. This is a multiplayer game where people can conflict with one another. That conflict is going to cause problems to someone. So, if the fat just gets burned away in conflicts, it is no problem if people have more to do, more that they're able to do. So that's kind of where I'm looking at. Is it just the fact that I'm so bad at the game that we're not getting historical results? And obviously there are some things that the game has baked into it that aren't going to create easy historical results. For example, Portugal has just not gotten that many actions, you know. If we look over here, they took two actions in Morocco that could have been used for colonization. Well, the Portuguese Empire fucking spanned the world. They had Cape of Good Hope. They had Brazil. That's not just one piece in Brazil, by the way. They had, I mean, look at this. Rio de Janeiro, Bahia, I think Pernambuco, all of them, and Minas Gerais, all of them should be colonized by Portugal. Probably not Amazonia, they weren't deep enough in there. They certainly had Cape of Good Hope. I believe they had something on this coast. They had Madagascar. They had trading posts along the eastern African coast, but I'm not sure how those apply in the game, what those mean. They certainly don't allow you the kind of navigation that you're allowed in the original EU. They had certainly trading posts through here. I believe, yes, Goa was theirs. So they would have had a way through there no matter what. They had a colony or a colonial presence at Goa. They had several colonies here in Indonesia and whatnot. Singapore. The Dutch. I'm confused. No, I'm confusing Portugal with the Dutch. Sorry. No. So Goa, yes. They definitely had several in here, but I'm mistaking what they had. And the Philippines is kind of weird. Is that Spain or is that Portugal? It was discovered by a Portuguese explorer, but under the joint king. So what? Yeah. But yeah, I'm thinking the Dutch, not the Portuguese here, but the Portuguese certainly were present here. They had trading posts as far as Japan. I don't think they had any colonial presence here. So how were they getting here? I don't know. Because there aren't trading posts in this game. Maybe it's counted as by having shipping down here because they can't get boats up here without doing an explore action. Now they did explore, but they didn't gain anything up here, I don't think. No, wait a minute. They may have had a Chinese... but again, that would just be a trading post. That's the problem. The counters that you place in this game are really like colonial ventures or protectorates or things like that, rather than trading posts. Anyway, there are things in this game that obviously are not going to work historically, and that's just a matter of not having a player running the country, an important power in that particular case. But there may be other things that I'm not really thinking about, but there are also factors in this game, and some of the event cards and stuff don't seem to generate the kind of events you expect. But there are definitely factors in this game that are significantly limited in terms of how many cubes you have available. And I think the combination of what the countries historically did, and including the wars they were in, the conflicts they were in with other countries, I don't think that's represented fairly. And I feel like it's the limitation on the number of actions from two different directions. One from the cubes that you have available, which I may be responsible for in part, and another from the amount of actions you have. Now, if everybody has the same amount of, if everybody's... So here's the thing. This is not under one player's control. But if everybody's playing optimally, maybe you get the historical results. I don't know. But there has to be some fat in terms of the number of actions that are available for wars to actually happen, right? If you're constantly using all your cubes to control the unrest that you're facing, then you got a problem. Now, there are other things that affected the world. The fact that Protestantism spread so deep in certain areas. There was no Council of Trent early, so counter-reform came up late, stuff like that. So there may be a whole lot of things, that are kind of causing this feeling, and it's hard to discern what the salient ones are, or to remove one idea from the batch and be able to say, yeah, if you just added a cube to everybody, this would be working better. But my inclination is that there are too few actions available to the players, and that is causing issues. That is making the countries not able to do the colonizations as much as they should. There's also this whole weird shit with the merchants, where, you're having to expend cubes for merchants, and stuff that the government really wasn't all that involved in, they have to be involved in to bring that wealth into the country. I don't know how much I buy that either. There are a lot of these little edge cases that I feel like I'm not really buying it. And most importantly of all, in terms of how this represents, the computer game, right? Because it's hard to link it to that, because there's been so many steps between that original game and this. I don't think the computer game required the monarch to go out and individually activate merchants to get his cash from them. Some of it is sure. Some of it is like, yeah, you got to have an administrative overview of the merchants. You got to tax them, all this kind of stuff. That's going to cost the government something, but not to the level that it is affecting this, I think. A lot of video and a lot of words without a lot of play happening. See what happens when I'm away for too long? Tricky land. The English were doing something clever. Their plan was to go to war with Scotland. I'm trying to remember what the hell they're doing, and you probably know it and I don't. In order to do so, they need to get rid of that alliance from Scotland. They have no alliances here, so they were planning on building an alliance. An alliance costs half the tax revenue. They need 2 cubes in the target area. I think that's what these are for. I don't need the most, do I? Oh shit. I think I need the most cubes, which means I fucked up. Ah, son of a bitch. I had enough money I could have placed another cube. Form alliance. Son of a bitch. See, now, if this is the case, you must have 2. No. I must have more total if I want to forge an alliance to an NPR that's allied to an opponent. That's kind of what the Forge Alliance card does, right? Okay, so I do not have to deal with this. The Austrian ones are unimportant completely. Where do I want an alliance? Did I want it here? Oh, that would be a cheap alliance. How much are they worth? They might not be worth all that much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why are they different colors? That's interesting. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's probably why. Okay. Okay. So 5, that's not right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. There are no Dutch anywhere else. I could make an alliance with the Dutch and it wouldn't go away. They only have an income of 6. Of course, this one's in the power play, which is why I wanted to do it. Okay. So yeah, I'll blow a cube to move my alliance down to... Shall we marry Cleves? I mean, it really kind of doesn't matter where. Yeah, let's get an alliance with Cleves. That might move, just because the counter is kind of in between the two. Okay, and that will be the English action. That sets me up so I can now go to war with Scotland. I feel like I need a fucking break already. Especially since I'm going to war. Alright, we're going to take a pause. Okay, well, back up to do the Austrians. Now, the Austrians are at war with Turkey. They're going to advance. They built another army and are sending it in. We're out of money and we're running low on troops, so, mainly we're out of money. Here's the thing. I could just march in and attack the Turks. But my Holy League, which is worth 5 big victory points and gives me some other shit, including money, which would be very helpful, is I have to win a Lepanto-like victory here, right? So what I need to do, and actually this is, so the Holy League, it was Lepanto that helped fuel things, but this is not what it says. It says occupy 2 or more of their provinces, which means I don't necessarily want to win a battle, and certainly not a naval battle. So instead, I march into here. I'm a vassal. I march into here. Now the Turks are going to check, do I have a reaction card, and do I want to play it if I have it? I have a forced march. I think that may be the card I need. No. No. There's another card that allows you reactions, but they do not have it. The big advantage of doing this is now the Turks have to take an action to attack me. And if they choose not to, I can spend, I didn't spend a cube, I can spend cubes and siege a couple areas, trigger this, get the points for it, boom, we're good. You know, we got something out of this that we really want, and we'll also be fueling the war effort by getting that additional money, an additional cube, and a cardinal. You know, what the hell, that's not really gonna help, but it's a good thing. Polish war effort, oh, Austria should have played their card. Now, they really want the Lepanto victory here. Or not Lepanto, but they really, Lepanto, I don't know why I keep saying that. They really want to get the Holy League in play. And in fact, Lepanto might be, I may be not cognizant of something. Because Lepanto was a consequence of the Holy League. So it may be that like some land victories allowed them to have the money and power. And it's actually Spain, you know, who was in command at Lepanto, for whatever it's worth. Poland has cannons finally. It's time to think, though. I already used those cubes. I don't want to use more particularly. I have the innovative battle tactics if I want them. Is it time to go to war? If I go to war right, I don't have a hell of a lot of cubes. If I go to war right now, first of all, Turkey might pass if I don't go to war right now. So I think it is time to go to war. If I go to war right now, I have a couple of options. One is the very obvious, I can build a land army. I don't get my cube back for that. I have something very interesting. I have this naval maneuvers card. I might have wanted to use them for this, but this can be used in a naval battle to give me a couple of extra dice. If my initial move is instead to send another fleet out, then I have a real advantage in a naval battle against the Turks. Sure, they still have a galley fleet that I don't have. But if I could win this and keep both my ships, I would be tied with their light ship fleet. They could defeat me. Is that worth it? This is a way that I could get a cube back. On the other hand, I still do have to raise that army at some point. And if the Austrians get beaten, that's not good. So I'm not really sure what I want to do here. I mean, I have to get into Wallachia and Bulgaria and win the fighting there. And that's the hard part. And this is an active ally, which means he has less troops than he would normally have. He only has 1 instead of 2. Does it make sense? So if I don't send the fleet out, I have to get lucky. And I may have to spend, you know, maybe spending that second cube would be worth it. Build the army. It's just I'm so low on cubes. Maybe I could just get lucky, 2 ships against 1 and win, right? Or I could build my army and not launch. I don't have I was checking to see if I had an additional leader. Sometimes the camera is not in the right place, right? Oh boy. Like, I really don't want to lose my naval battle, right? That's part of what's going on here. And by the way, I think I mentioned this, but I'm not positive. I know I was thinking it. So this is an active ally in the war against Austria. The old EU would have allowed you to handle allies for each war, which kind of makes sense, right? I don't want to call this in against Poland, but there's no choice. Your allies are either active or they're not. It doesn't matter that Poland and Austria aren't allied and that it's not a single war, that it's multiple wars that can be resolved each separately and anything like that. And in fact, alliance doesn't there's no concept of like a separate peace being a problem that I recall either. So alliances don't really force you into that kind of thing that they do actually in the old EU. The diplomatic, that part of the diplomatic system, the peace system, I think, I don't know if it works better. It's different. It's got its problems, it's got its advantages. This is, I hope, over here. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to lose my navy. So, and I can get a cube back this way. I would not get a cube back for building my army. Of course, I'm going to have to build the army anyway. Stop, man, stop. I declare war. Oh, timing. Timing may be an issue. Maybe I don't declare war. Give me my cube back. I think it is. I think I would have to fight a battle immediately. And this is problematic because then now I'm taking a prep action to move my navy out. And again, Turkey could pass and prevent me from ever declaring war on them and prevent Spain from declaring war on them. And that might be the best thing. Let Austria just win this. You know, screw it, man. Okay, so let's look at declaration of war and see the sequence there, because it's possible. Lose for the call to arms. If the target is an HRE, targeted to automatically send defensive. Okay. Remove all your cubes in each of the target realms. If any ships, yeah. If no battles were triggered, you take and activate units or recruit units. So this is a problem. I have to take a preparatory action. I can't. Battle's going to be triggered. Not good. Okay, I declare war. I don't like this, but I can't afford to let Turkey avoid the war. That's the way I'm looking at it. So where is Poland? It's over here in Krakow. That's my capital. And another one of these here. I'm going to improve my odds with that and play this naval maneuver card. I do not have an admiral to play. Turkey can't just create a fleet or anything like that to give them an admiral. I have nothing that's going to help me. We grab the naval dice. Did I play a cube for that? Yes, I did. Okay, so I get 5 dice for Poland for this battle in the Black Sea. Okay, we sink the entire Turkish Navy. The Turks, no we don't. We sink 1 ship. Fuck. This is why it's not worth it. Son of a bitch. Oh well, I did it. The Turks sink the Polish Navy. I should not have played the card, should not have spent a cube. That's the important thing, really. That was a defeat, so the Poles do not get their cube back. They spent 2 cubes on that attack, and that was not good. Once I rolled the dice, it's too late, man. But I would not have done it had I been thinking. I only get 1 hit off the light ships. I'm just not used to the consequences of playing this system. I think I would be, and I would be if I had been playing. You know, it's the fact that I had a few days off, and it is not counterintuitive in this case. Not at all. It's just, I don't know. I'm familiar with sort of buckets of dice systems, and this feels kind of like that, where you roll a bunch of dice based on the number of units you have and other advantages, and you just do your hits based on that. So it's more a familiarity with different kinds of systems that's getting in the way of me processing this part of the game correctly. And of course, there may be other cases, you know, where I'm having trouble, and it's not a matter of being unintuitive. It's a matter of just, I'm used to certain things. I can't think of any others off the bat. I've got a lot of cases where I'm like, is it or isn't it? I don't know. This is one where I can clearly state, this is the fault of all the other games that I've played that use a buckets of dice system. You know, I'm just like, oh, I grab bunches of dice and roll them and count the hits. That's just how it works. It's not this game. I like this system better than most buckets of dice, actually. I think this works very well. It avoids... So here's one of the things. Buckets of dice actually work fine, in my opinion, when you're talking about area combat, like a game like this. So I don't want to harsh on them about that. Where they don't work well is when you're pouring, you know, when you're saying, oh, I have bunches of troops in a small tactical area, and I should just get to roll for each unit that I have. It's more complex than that, and the numerical results, I'm trying to remember what it is. It's like the I don't remember if it's Lancaster or Lanchester, that's just discredited, which is basically that casualties are proportional to the force applied. So if you bring a bigger force against a smaller force, the bigger force will cause casualties proportional. And over time, those become a geometric problem. That doesn't work that way. It just doesn't, you know? And it has to do with things like frontage and everything that have to be accounted for as well. But when you're talking about a big area system, you know, it's a fine approximation because you've got no idea what the fuck's going on in 15 years is the whole turn, right? But in a year or two of campaigning, that might be that one die roll, right? Turks are left with a whole range of options. I have a strong army, stronger than the Austrian army, damn it. What the hell are they doing there, right? They probably shouldn't have advanced. Oops. Okay. Fucking up left and right, am I not? I have to advance. I have to attack. But I could evade a war with Spain, and, you know, like I said, nobody's walking away from the table. Nobody's paid a cube to do player-to-player diplomacy, so everything has to be in the open. Spain has already been saying things like, don't worry, I'm coming in, I'm coming in. So Turkey knows that's a possibility, and they could shut that off just the same way as they could with the Poles. They don't get a cube for winning a defensive battle. I might want to play one of these cards to give myself an advantage, but I might want to shift a cube so I get 2 battles. But I can't afford any of this shit. I need to hit this before the Austrians get better, because they're in too good a shape. And at this point, Austria says, do I want Leopold? No, I have a commander there. Okay. Turkey says, I do not have a general, but I could appoint one. I'm not going to be able to afford this. I know it's only a cube, but, well, it's the same as a movement, but it gives me multiple moves. So it's actually kind of a neat card. It might allow me to swing things against the Poles that I wouldn't otherwise be able to. So I've got multiple choices here. I could put cannons into play with this card. This cost me a military cube, though. Cannot do. It wouldn't be prudent. Okay. Not playing the military. I'm not playing the card. I moved in. Yeah, I have to fight. I guess I will put my monarch in charge. Oh, he's already in charge. This is something else that the old EU handled that I thought was very good, which I kind of wish this So this gives you this incredible flexibility with your generals and whatnot. Now, this game does not have historical generals for the most part. It has your royal generals, but everything else is just kind of what you get with cards, which I think is fine, and then this works out fine. But in that game, in the original board game, each leader was rated with a rank. That was sort of their political importance or whatever. Their inability to be removed from command, perhaps. And so and I feel like this is going too far but it makes the game fun in a lot of ways. So I really like there being historical commanders and whatnot. I feel like that always makes things more interesting. But given the scope and everything of the game, it feels like a mismatch in the original. Here, it feels perfectly fine. You know, my commanders are my handful of cards, and I have some flexibility in appointing them. But yeah, but there's something really, really cool about, you know, all those fucking historical leaders and getting to see how they're rated and everything. You know, the first game that I remember with leaders, and it's not the first game with leaders, very clearly, like Frederick the Great had leaders. But the first game I remember with leaders that really, really fit well was Civil War. Now, Frederick the Great showed how leaders should work and was kind of the precursor to everybody else using them, but I got that later. And like it a lot less. All right, so the Turks are attacking. I have my monarch. He gives me 1 extra die. Let's look at the numbers here. I have drill, which means I take a die away. I have glorious arms, which I have to remember. And remember, I do have cannons. And I have a couple. And I have horses. Okay, I do a lot of damage. 1, 2, 3, no Janissaries. 4 hits on the Austrians. There goes the Austrian army. Oops. That's the second one gone, and the leader's going away on this one. For the Austrians, I have 5 dice, -1 for the drill. Yeah, Austria should not have moved in. This is too big, and I'm an idiot. That's 2 idiot moves in a row. Were they both Austria? Holy fuck. It felt like, I thought Poland did one of them, but I don't think so. Did they? Yeah, Poland did this. They played their card. They shouldn't have. Oh, well. The Christians are just not doing it here. Yeah. Okay, the Austrians do not hit very well. They don't have artillery. They didn't have any available. They do a grand total of 1 hit. We'll take a mercenary for that. Terrible. Terrible. The next one would have to be a regular. Turkey gets a cube back, which is huge, because that means now I have 2 cubes. The Austrian army is defeated. That was 4 units. Is that glorious arms? 3 or more units. I just got 2 more points. Well, Turkey's showing how you can defeat incompetent allies. Somebody's going to come out ahead. But yeah, this Turkish army is pretty decent. The only issue is they don't have the cubes. They can't defend themselves. They're going to get overrun because their army cannot move. Can that happen in the original EU? Yeah, if you ran out of money. But operating within your own territories to defend stuff and everything, that costs $10 a turn, which you usually have. I mean, your country has to be in collapse for you not to have that in general. Maybe very early in the game you can fuck up because you're spending all your money, you know, doing other stuff and everything. But eventually you have, fairly early in the game, you have enough income that you can say, you know what, I got to save $100 to give me 10 rounds. It's not that much money. It's like, you know, that's like 2 colonization attempts or something like that, I think. No, maybe they're 100 each. It's like 1 colonization attempt. I mean, it's really, you're probably not giving anything up. Well, you are, but you're saving the money and it's just there every turn. So you're just delaying what you spend. There is inflation and stuff that you have to pay on any money you hold. But it's almost always worth holding 50, 60 bucks. There are turns when people don't hold money though, and they could get fucked. If other players knew that they were out of money, and that's the whole trick. Sometimes, usually players don't know what the other player's finances are going to be like in that game. Okay. I'm sure there was more I want to babble about, but instead of babble on, I will babble off. And I gotta go play more Raid. As usual, it is demanding of my time. But yeah, we saw Turkey take advantage of a couple of big errors by their opponents. And, you know, the earlier you go in the turn, on a turn when I've been away for too long, the more likely you're gonna fuck something up. I've mentioned this before. Raid has these things that change at like, I don't know, like 1 or 2 in the morning, my time. You know, they've got to have when the day changes at any given time. Now, if everything changed at that same time, I'd be fine. But there's sort of like one set of things gets reset at 5 p.m. every day, and one set of things like 2 in the morning. And so there's not like a singular update that you have to pay attention to. And because of that, like right now I'm in this position where I'm like waiting a few hours, a couple hours. But it means that I've got more reason to come up here and play this. The French play one of their subjugates, you know, just to get this out of the way. They're going to grab this. Now they got to get rid of a cube for that. And, you know, I could have done this one, but it's already an unrest. It seems like a bad idea because, well, wait, that's a core province. Hold on. Let us do that. Right? Yeah. That's a core province, so I won't lose it for going into unrest. And this cube goes back here. My whole worry was I knew that's not part of France. Oh, wait. That's an issue. That is. What's not? Obviously, Maine's not, but I thought there was something up here that's not. Huh. I thought Anjou was part of... It is. It's part of Provence. It's not part of France. But that's okay. Because it's core, it actually... I don't know. You know, it had been vassalized and then became core or something. I really don't know what happened there. Normally, I think you can't turn something into a core. Actually, I don't know if you can turn things into core except through events. So, but my feeling was normally it's like you have to take everything over. Turkey not passing puts France in an puts Spain in an interesting place. Obviously, if Turkey had passed, they would have been neglected from the war. But now, we're not sure. You know, there's a big Turkish army and a Turkish navy, which I think I'm allowed to know what's going on that's visible on the table. I would assume so. So, you know, I have some worry. Now, I have 3 galleys. Their navy has 3 galleys, but they could pull more in. It's going to be hard for me to pull more in very easily. If I play my cube to declare war, I can take a move, and I can do a naval move and land in Naples and go for it. I have a bunch of dip cubes. I don't know what the hell I'm doing with them. I really don't. Is there something I can research? There is. Mercantilism. I know I checked this before. You have 3 or more trade value from key provinces when collecting trade. You get extra. That's not that impressive. Some of these others, like benign diplomats, free trade Free trade is kind of neat. That might be the one I go for, actually. If I'm gonna do one, because my cash is not bad, but getting an extra merchant, getting an extra trade action might be cool. Beyond that, I do have counter espionage. That doesn't really help me. I could do more diplomacy, but anything that I do, I kind of want to do now. Well, I kind of want to do before declaring war, and I feel like I have to declare war now, even before I shift a cube. So we'll do that. Now I could spend. Everybody's going to war with Turkey. Hey, they're winning the game, man. It's what happens. It's what happens. Everybody beats up on the leader. What does happen with each of these declarations is that more allies can be pulled in. So Turkey could have pulled more nations in if they had more allies. They only have one. But Spain may have somebody. I don't see anyone. Oh, wait. They do. They have Ferrara. Huh. That would give me an extra unit. I would have to do a build units action to do it. And I also have, and this I can bring in as an active ally. I don't think I can bring this one in because that's not adjacent to my realm. If it were up here I could, which would be weird. Like, I don't know. But instead my plan was 1, 2. That's like it's like a shininess and a little bit of something there. I thought it would be spit or liquid or something, but it's not. And the Turks do not have any kind of naval interception card, so we go into Naples. But we don't have the cubes to siege anything, and we don't have the card that lets us siege multiple stuff. It had kind of been my intention to fire this before I do the war, but I need to rush the war right now. And there's no real harm until I start sieging things. That's when it becomes problematic. Because what it says is add 4 unrest to their in Naples, Sicily, or Aragon, and place 4 rebel armies in one affected area. I think it's only affected if I can place the unrest in there. Otherwise, I could create rebellions all over the fucking place, and that feels wrong. You know, like, I wouldn't have to do it in Naples. I could create it somewhere else. Presumably Sicily, which the rebels are never able to leave. Yeah, it could be a problem if this goes, but... Alright, on to England. Does not know for sure what they want to do. I could colonize this, but I'd have to move a ship around for that. Not sure why I have that if I don't have a ship there, how that happened, but somehow it did. It may have been, it was an event. It was an event. I think what I want to do is get my war started, because that's the thing that's going to take the most time. How's my army? It looks okay, I guess. I march up. I lose all these cubes. I get a war in Scotland. Okay, so this is a bloody, violent turn compared to most. And what happens next is I have to fight the Scots. Now, I have my king there. He's going to give me 2 extra dice. I have a whole bunch of stuff, including artillery, which I'm allowed to have, yeah. And I have to draw a leader card, and that means I have to reshuffle. And unfortunately for England, there is a Scottish leader as well. We need a couple of blue dice for that. Okay. England has those Janissaries, yeah, or tercios, whatever you want to call them. 3, 4, 5 dice. Make sure I don't have a card I want to play now that I know I have a leader that I'm facing. Oh. And Tercios gives me a little bit of an advantage. I got the cannons in here. We get a lot of hits. That's 5 hits. I have 5 units, at least one of, or exactly one of which is a cannon. So I wipe out the Scots. On their side, they also get 3 and 2. They have no cannons, and the most they can do is 4 hits to me. That's 1, 2. This would count towards leader losses. And that gets the English a cube. Yay. I kind of screwed up and played the Poles before the Austrians for some reason. I looked at the Austrians, figured it out, couldn't figure out what I wanted to do, and then somehow got confused when I lit my pipe or something and started building an army for the Poles. Hold on that. We'll get to the Poles in a bit, but Austria is playing their event. That gives them $4. I can build, you know, some troops. I also have another $5 I can take as a loan. I mean, when you're at the $20 in loans, it's like, shit, man. Okay, but this also is going to give me a refresh, which is more important to me than cubes. I have plenty of cubes. So all players have to remove a number of deployed land units equal to the total amount of their unrest. Austria and Poland have no unrest in their own areas. Turkey had 6, but they had troops down here, so they didn't actually lose everything off their main army, and they didn't have to lose any of their more expensive units, the cav or the artillery. Other countries, a little bit more. So France has 4 that they have to lose, and that's going to be their entire army. Do I have a piece anywhere? So here's the problem. That's a French piece. So I get to keep my artillery. It's very hard for me to see the difference between black and that dark blue. Spain has only 1 unrest. I can remove 1 piece. I kind of like this to protect me, but gosh, man, you know, I can always rebuild that one. This army is dealing with the Turkish crisis. This is really kind of shitty for poor England, who, you know, nobody's really targeting for this. At least they won the battle, right? They have no unrest. Peachy. Okay. And now the Austrians can refresh half of their exhausted. They have 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So I get quite a large army. Now, there's an interesting situation because there is some possibility for someone, of course, Poland's spending all their money, and I don't think anybody else wants to fund, like Spain doesn't want to, an Austrian war effort, right? But it would be possible to create a loan under the player-to-player diplomacy. I think somebody has to spend a cube for that to happen, though. I don't remember which player. I think it's either player, actually, but this is a little problematic, but now, I mean, Austria is not going to be able to build the whole army, which includes imperial troops and everything that are, you know, absorbed, troops that come from being the emperor. Wow, he's getting up there, man. But, you know, if the Turks have to react to either Poland or to Spain, they may find themselves not having... Plus, they don't have as big an army anymore. They don't have the infantry, which are a major part of losses. Now I got to look at these things. Now, I think that's an attrition. Ugh. Probably should have calculated out what the fuck's that going to do, man? Because it's so close to the other effect, I don't even think about it. All PRs at war except you must remove a land unit for every 4 deployed land units they have. Well, there goes the Turkish one. I thought I remembered this. I found it was very easy to find. It's in the early part, general notes, rounding up. Okay. Oh, War and Truce tokens are unlimited. Makes sense, but occupied tokens, sure. The way this is worded is when having numbers, always round up unless specifically stated otherwise. I think that this attrition is for every 4 complete. So if you had 5, you would lose 1. If you have 1 or 2, you lose nothing. Just making sure. I knew that there was some kind of rounding rule. Looking at how it's worded, I would say it's for every 4, you know, how it's worded, as opposed to for every 4 or fraction thereof. Big unrest hit means that Turkey wasn't that badly affected, but they lost their infantry there, which I don't like doing, but I'm out. That's all I got. You know, it's either that or expensive stuff. The next one is the revolutionary. Okay, this is new. This symbol only appears in age 4, works the same way as spread of religion as described above, except that you place one revolutionary token, only place revolutionary tokens next to clusters. They may also be placed in Orthodox or Muslim. If there are none on the board, there are none on the board. Put 2 in PR capital areas. If there is only 1 cluster, add 1 to an area not. If there are no more available, you may remove them. Okay, we don't know what these do. They're a different religion, huh? Huh. What's on the other side? Oh, yeah. Well, Austria played this. Wow, that's helpful. A PR capital, huh? Turkey. Now, remember, Turkey did something recently, right? Was it this? New military ideas. I also feel like they did something else. The tulip period, they went with strengthen the army traditions, right? Instead of the Janissaries. But they've gotten rid of the Janissaries with this, I think. Right? Yeah. So their government's in a weird sort of state, so this kind of makes sense. Who does Austria want to hit next? Second place is Poland. This would fuck with Poland. Of course, it's also close to them if they pick Poland. Third place is Spain. We care less about, like, Spain is not going to influence us, so maybe a revolution in Spain would be useful. Are we counting on the Polish army to win us this war? I don't think so. I don't know if we're counting on anyone to win us this war. Like, I think we're fucked, right? Except we get to build an army. Poland's gonna build an army. By the way, Poland would have lost a lot of troops if they had built them first, right? They did not. So, well, not a lot, but more. They lost like 1 unit, and not off of where they're building it. Do I want Poland to go revolutionary or Spain? They're not that far apart in power in terms of victory points. No. Yeah, gosh. I'm torn on this. I'm going to roll a die. If I were actually playing, I would make a decision. Which one would I decide? Yeah, I don't know. I might roll a die if I were actually playing, like if I were playing a single player. Or I might seek to get some sort of concession out of this. Odd, it's Poland. Okay. So we're going to hit the Spaniards with this. And I feel a little better about that. I really didn't like the idea of the revolution being there. It's bad enough that it's here, you know, but this is really close. But yeah, other than as a religion, I don't know, it doesn't do much different. Okay, and then the final thing is a rebellions roll, which has very little to do with anything. All players must roll a rebel for each of their provinces under unrest. That's going to cause problems for Turkey, no doubt. The special power Austria got, and this is the thing, a card like this doesn't really do much for most people. Like, normally I avoid playing these because I read the event, but I don't necessarily think too hard about what's the effect of owning those secondary events. And these secondary events are really important. They all come with kind of a special power if you're the guy who picked the cards. In Austria's case, they only have to roll 1 die. Now, they only had 2 dice they would have had to roll anyway. And so they're fine. Poland, I think, lost a cube. They're just like, fine. You know, Turkey, and we'll get to the others later, but Turkey had an attack here. I accidentally rolled this first, which is a bad idea. I kind of like to hold my rolls on areas with armies. And I got a rebellion, and I'm like, well, you know, normally I re-roll rebellions when I get them, but I've got an army there, so screw it. I'll take the hit. I've got so many different unrest places that it's almost bound to happen elsewhere. Lost some cubes. Now I'm down to only 2 cubes total. And I lost a soldier in there. And then this would have been another cube. I chose to use my second reroll over there. And boom, it ended up as a revolt. I usually don't re-roll anything except revolts, but at this point in time, I'm viewing my cubes as being so damn important because how am I going to get another cube? You know, 2 is not enough. I'm in a lot of trouble. Well, now I'm in more trouble. There happens to be a revolt there. Okay, let's think about the countries that got hit with the revolutionary ideology. Turkey underwent some major changes, right? And now they're in war. Well, that's often a stress. Think of, you know, what came out of like World War I, right? In terms of effects on nations, you had multiple revolutionary happenings there. But the other one, also at war, is our Cromwellian, like, strange state in Spain. Which is also a very odd and new type of thing. All the more reason that, like, I'm happy that Spain came up instead of Poland. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't factor that in if I was trying to make a decision in terms of gameplay. If I was playing this opposed, I might actually be more likely to factor that in, though. Like, I'm less concerned. I'm very concerned about people trying to obtain their victory conditions when I'm playing games solo. When I'm playing them opposed, I don't know. I'm also very interested in silly shit happening and maybe making it happen sometimes. And I view this not as, so some of the things are, hey, I can make up this story better, therefore it is kind of sillier in its own little way. It's not just, I'm not just evaluating the victory point and the game state. I'm also evaluating other things, and I can see the flow from there to there. And if it was a coin flip there, I might not roll the die. I might just decide, yeah, it's Spain, man, because they have Cromwell there. Other countries, France ended up losing cubes and money and soldiers, and it all, other than the soldiers, translated into taking more debt. There's an easy way to retire your debt. Shit. There it is. Red on red. Yeah, Spain, it's hard to tell which is the worst result. Had one roll, which they got bad, and we have a revolutionary ideology in Burgos as a revolt. England has no unrest, so they're fine. That cashes this card in. And now we actually get those extra bucks. Oh, I took extra bucks from this one, that's why. The decline of l'ancien regime. All players who do not have either constitutional monarchy or revolutionary regime must choose reform the government, discard all advisors. For every full 10 ducats of tax income, and I believe that's base tax. No, that's full tax income. That'll be your vassals too, I guess. Either pay to administration or loses stability. And remember, there's additional penalties. I think somebody was pointing out, I'm not sure if this is what they were pointing out, I'll have to look it up if we come to it, that there is a limit to how many cubes you do lose off of that. And I hope I didn't cheat and like throw too many. Resist all reform, gain 2 prestige and 2 unrest. Lose 2 stability, and 2 military. Lose 2 stability and gain unrest in your capital and another 4 towns. Ow, 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 ow. Now, this is, no, Spain was about to take absolute monarchy. That is not an option on there. So that won't save them. It's going to require some more thinking. So that was Austria's turn. They did their event. They pushed it. We got 3 events left. 3 people with events left. 4 events total. 1's unrevealed. For Poland, I already did this. They built this army, a huge force, went into some debt, and quite a bit actually. But they have one hell of a big army, probably bigger than they need. How about I don't take all that debt? How about that? I think it's a good idea. They're wealthy enough. It's not that. It's just Turkey doesn't have that big army anymore. I don't have to face that down. So I can go in and I can, but I do have to worry. This has a strength of 1, just as a factor. And now to the last player in the line. Poor Turkey down to 2 cubes. Depleted army. Used my event. A revolutionary ideology. A revolution happening. Did this happen from that? This happened from that same card. It's a different revolution. It's, more having to do with the war and everything. But it is kind of interesting because those kind of cards cause a lot of issues. I don't know what they're going to do. I wanted to look into these other types of government. I had already found the absolute monarchy and the administrative ideas, but I looked in them and there are no other governments in them. The other 2, the constitutionals and the diplomatic ideas, and the revolutionaries and the military ideas. Not what I would have expected at all. But it makes sense because it will allow all of them to come out without just creating like a massive slew of administrative ideals. It's a little weird though. And there's more than that in the military, obviously, given Napoleon. There's also mass conscription there, which I didn't really look at the effects of these. I just was curious to make sure that it's not that the state religion becomes revolutionary. That's something different. I expect constitutional monarchy to show up in this deck. Makes sense. George II or III. It's really Pitt. And there's probably I know there's a Pitt card. I bet you that causes the constitutional monarchy. And then I expect the revolutionary government, whatever that is, to come into effect. So the constitutional might be in the next 7 cards. It need not be this card here. But the Revolutionary is probably in the bottom half of the deck. 14 other cards that could come out in any order, but that's going to represent the French Revolution as a government form, and then the Napoleonic changes, I assume. For Turkey's turn, they're reorganizing to get another military cube. Don't know exactly what I want to do, but I know I need another cube to do it. If it's raise a bigger army, if it's fight with what I've got, whatever it is, I have to have more cubes. It might be move my navy and fight for Naples and give up to the Poles. Of course, if I'm giving up to the Poles, the Austrians do now have enough cash to build a shitty little army. If I fight the Poles and lose, the Austrians have that capability. How much can I delay, though? You know, I pretty much have to spend something to do any action. I've used my event, so I can't do that. If I pass, turns over for me, and my army just sits there. Although I can take interception type actions, I don't have one. If I look here, the only minor actions I can do don't do shit, right? So almost anything else that I do, except for a reaction card, which is not on here, I think is going to cost me something, right? Well, let's look. I don't care about these. So player-to-player diplomacy generally has a cost. Research idea has a cost. Change state religion, I could do that. Change national focus, I've just done that. Explore has a cost. All of these have a cost in cubes. All of these have a cost in cubes. All of these have a cost in cubes. So I'm pretty much stuck with 2 actions, both in the military realm. And that's it. Choose what you want, you know. If these guys delay and don't move in on me, I might build an army. Because what else am I going to do? You know, march my army into some place to try to get control of the Danube and then, like, I don't know, get beaten up? Pity that, you know, this turn and maybe last set of, well, this round and last round, God, I hate the terminology being not what I'm used to. Just ask me about using they as singular. It fucking, I know it has its older roots, but to use it consistently where the person is actually known, like, it's just so fucking disturbing to me. You know, it's like, yeah, as an unknown person calling the, where you don't know how to gender them at all, it does make sense, but that doesn't work here. There should be something else. And it doesn't have to be he or she, but there just should be something else. Because it's like now an indefinite person. It's not someone you can identify. Anyway, let's get away from that. But it really grates on me in a way that has nothing to do with anything but the grammatical contradiction or dissonance. So what I was saying before I get into this one rant that's like, it's so crazy because people will say things like, well, if you're bothered by the pronouns people use, it's not grammar, it's that you're a bigot or something. And I'm like, no, you don't understand how fucking disturbed I am by like this kind of shit. Like it happens in other things too, where words take on the wrong meaning and everything, and it just, ugh. Okay. But what I was trying to spill out before I get into that, and now that I've said that, right? Like, I've been trying to identify what the problem is in my head, because I'm like, I really don't feel like I'm bigoted here. And obviously, you know, that's what everybody says, right? I'm not a racist, but damn, you know, it's like I don't want to be there. Is that what I am? No, it's not. And now I understand why it's not. Because like it's always felt that way, and I know I can't really defend it, but maybe I'll try. But it is incredibly disturbing to me. If I can think of other examples where words are being misused, that it feels the same kind of violation, I think I'll make a video on it. But, right, what I was saying is I've sort of reached this point where I was struggling with the game. And it's a shame because this is one of the most interesting periods, not necessarily interesting in the history. There are other periods before that are, but it feels like all kinds of neat things are changing. The wars are beginning to really get big and really to take an impact. Now, the wars were getting bigger in terms of number of troops and everything, but in terms of how they're represented on the board, I'm not so sure. I'm not convinced of that, right? So what are we looking at here? We're looking at the 7 Years' War era, although we may be a little earlier than that still, given that the card hasn't come out yet. But we're definitely looking at post-1700, right? But then I started to think, you know, it may be the fact that there's so many new things kind of happening that's kind of throwing me for a loop and making it harder for me to play and making it so that I take bigger breaks or whatever. I'm not sure, because right now I feel very energized by the situation that's happening in the game. Before, I felt like I was looking up shit that I should have known and finding things wrong and making mistakes in my application of the rules in terms of strategy or whatever that were just making me so frustrated. And now I'm excited, you know, neat shit is happening. The revolutions are happening. There's all these big wars going on. I mean, there's one huge war, which may be for the game, really. You know, you've got, what? Oh, Austria's in the lead, or in second place. Didn't realize that. I was thinking about I have to hit Poland because, you know, they're in second. They're not. They're in third. They're a danger to me, but they're in third behind me, which... And I have good feelings towards Poland. They entered the war when they said they would. Spain, I feel like they're just trying to pick off a cripple. You know, they're being completely opportunistic here. Sure, Poland is too, but they committed a little bit more. But yeah, I really do think that, like, any mistakes I'm making now bother me less because I'm seeing cool shit happening. And I'm kind of more willing to deal with the mistakes while the cool shit's happening. So I don't think it's a matter that the game is shifting majorly. Majorly? It sounds like bigly, it's just as bad. But I can't think of the word that I want. Yeah, can't think of it. I used to have all the best words. All right, anyway. That's another time around. I know this video is running long. I probably ought to load it up just because. But there's been a fair amount of cube attrition, so we'll let this one run. This is pretty much tapped out, and they haven't played their event yet, which kind of means they have to choose an event. Now, looking over here, there's one that gives us something, which is a single admin cube. With that, I could play around with development or central authority perhaps, and you know, be able to do something on the board. I don't think there's much else you can do with one cube. I don't have any colonists there. No. Not terribly attractive, much more so maybe controlling the minor events here. Hey, remember, this is the first time I'm really thinking about that, right? The problem is, this is an event I don't think I'd really like, but I also think nobody's gonna like. So reform government is lose all your advisors. Very full 10D of tax income. Right now I'm at 2223. I would either have to pay 2 cubes or lose a stability. That would cost me a lot of stability. On the other hand, I lose just as much stability from resisting reforms. I would gain a couple of victory points and get some military cubes, which might be useful because of the unrest I'm suffering now. But I would gain a whole bunch of unrest afterwards. Oh gosh. But I think indeed I'm going to take this one because the other two, unless I was targeting someone and trying to hurt them with the pick, and the picks don't look that bad, or really needed the money or the cube. Pragmatic sanction, Austria is kind of important. Spain less so. Isn't? Oh no, Spain's close. Well, Spain less so. Spain's moved up quite a bit though. But I think controlling these minor events is going to be more important, especially the flow of the revolution. Keep that out of our borders. It sucks that I have a stability of minus 1 instead of -3. For very much the same reasons as I said before. You lose where I said before, hey, if you're at the barrier, nothing happens to you. Well, I have no cubes, so nothing happens to me for being at the barrier. The cost for the stability is, if you lose instead 2 admin. If you don't have admin, you lose cubes of another type. If you have no cubes, you ignore it. Now, this is a little weird. This is, I think, where somebody was saying you can only lose 2 cubes or something like that. I actually think they made it sound like you can lose 4. It's if you lose stability when at -3, you instead lose this. No, it's per step. Yeah. No, I don't know what they were talking about. It couldn't have been this. Maybe there's something about no more than 4 somewhere else, but it's not in this rule. I'm not going to look for it. He did direct me to page 20, so I don't know. But yeah, I'm basically going to drop down to -3 stability, and that's it. Which is shitty. It really is. But the other result, resisting the reforms, is probably worse, right? I will gain unrest in 5 of my provinces, including my capital. And I'll get two military cubes to address it. I won't lose any cubes, and I'd get a couple of victory points, but it's not worth it. Did the reform, lost their stability, great. Spain, a little bit harder call, mainly because they have cubes. And we can check their income. For each full 10 of tax income. So we have 25, 29, so that would be 2 hits. We could take 1, and the other would be 2 of our cubes. The other option would be gain victory points, gain 2 military cubes. We're involved in a war now. We have an unrest, but again, gain unrest in your capital in 4 other places. If those unrests were all revolutionary, I could actually change my regime conceivably. Yeah. Still, I just don't think B is ever a very good option, and it's the player who gets to choose. It's not the person who drew the deck. Each player gets their own choice. So again, I'm gonna just take that option A. I had more dip cubes than I really needed. I can only shift 1 of them over to military. Got away a little cheaper. They were already at stability -3, but they had a fair amount of cubes. However, their tax income is only 18, so they only lost 1 step, 2 cubes, and they had to come off their admin. I don't see anybody not taking option A. I will tell you if somebody chooses not to. It just seems ridiculous. Maybe if you already are completely in unrest, or if you have a tiny country and you don't have 5 things, but that much unrest is just horrible, right? Yeah. And there's nothing like a national collapse, other than the religious one where your capital changes and then you get to get rid of the religious unrests and switch them over. But yeah, there's nothing like, well, the government destabilized, the king is dead, la la la. Oh, but everybody has to get rid of their advisors. That's the thing I've been forgetting. It really makes this cost a hell of a lot higher. And still can't do the unrest. Like, maybe countries with tolerance can go the other way. Maybe. Because losing all your advisors, you know, hey, people are losing 2-4 cubes here, whatever. But if you're losing 3 2-point advisors, that's 6 more cubes from next turn. Now, of course, you might have advisors that you can bank up on, and I think most of the players do. But you could be in a position where actually, wow, you know, it's like option B is like suicide as far as I'm concerned, but option A is getting more and more painful. A little disturbing about this is that, well, no, that's why. Constitutional monarchy. So England wouldn't suffer this historically. But what I really feel is problematic about it is, with my knowledge, France is the only one who really suffered this card. And it's constitutional monarchy or revolutionary regime, which exempt you from it. It's pretty hard to make an argument that anyone else had either of those other than England. I mean, and which means that everybody would have been heading into this collapse. But this feels like, well, honestly, given how early this came out, this is not the precursor to the revolution. So I don't really know. I don't know what this is based on. This may be something historical that I don't know about. Like, this is happening in the 7 Years' War period. It is not. I think it may be happening in the same period that I think it is that the American Revolution would happen in. Whereas, for me, the actual collapse, which this feels like, you know, getting rid of Necker and stuff like that, you know. And the other thing is, what's the net effect? Remember what I said earlier, start trimming people's cubes and stuff, and you take away the fat that they need to be able to conduct wars and everything. Which means the 7 Years' War isn't going to happen because everybody's going to be busy trying to keep their countries from falling apart. This is like a period of chaos and insurrection that's caused by this single card. And there's not much you can do about it. I mean, even if you were in good shape, you'd be declining a couple of stability, which you probably want to fix. Wow. The biggie is the discard all advisors versus B. Because you could actually, you know, be just getting rid of a couple of cubes. The cubes that you're losing, or a point of stability. What you're losing from A isn't that bad, except the discard all advisors. Again, that's another big chunk of cubes coming off your holdings. But this is just terrible. B is horrible. Like, the 5 unrest. And maybe if it came early in the turn, and you weren't involved in any wars, you could account for it. But again, you know, it's another limiting factor on getting rid of the fat that you would need to cope with wars. We'll see what the tolerance people do. So far, everybody's picked A. Poland, I think, is going to, and possibly Turkey, with tolerance, is going to say, screw this. I'm going to resist reform. Poland has at least one really good advisor. They have such a good income, they would be paying 20, they'd still only be paying 2. But the extra cubes mean that I can gain more militarily. I just think it's getting rid of that many advisor cubes. So I'm not going to lose any cubes from the stability loss. I'd lose 3 stability, or could I pay cubes? No, I only have 1 admin cube. So everything else would be kind of, hey, pick what you lose. It is kind of interesting, because if you take stability losses and they take you below -2, you have to lose admin cubes from that, just like you do from this, but they're replaceable. You can't choose not to go down 3 stability. So here's the thing, Poland's not in terrible shape. I really wish I knew whether or not I was going to win this battle, right? If I win the battle, I can make significant gains off of Turkey. But I can't make significant gains if I don't have my military cubes. However, I won't be losing any cubes. I will be losing my advisors. I still lose two stability, damn it. I mean, I'm basically paying... I'm paying the same cost in stability either way. So the question is, are my advisors worth 5 unrest? How many cubes are they? They're 6 cubes. No, they're not. All right, we take the B option as well, or the A option as well. Same with Turkey wiping out their advisor bases and all their cubes. They can't react militarily. Yeah, if I had looked at their situation, I would have known that. Which means Poland has free reign for the couple of cubes that they have. Those couple of cubes will get them Wallachia and Bulgaria, and the cost of going into that much unrest seems impossible. But again, we've trimmed away what can be done. Now, it's kind of funny, I intended to come up here and get some raid running. It's a really pretty day, so I want to do some yard work. Maybe. I went and plugged my battery in and everything. But, you know, I convinced myself I'd come up here, and when I did that, I figured, okay, I'll do 1 round, then I'll go start doing yard work. That'll help me get caught up. But just doing 1 player's turn has been a massive undertaking of, you know, hard decisions on this. Okay, and now we start addressing these. France gets to play first. Native uprising. Each player loses 1 colonist and gains an unrest in a distant town. You can choose to ignore one of these 2. I choose to ignore the unrest as France, and the others don't affect me. Everyone else, yeah, there goes a cube. There goes a cube. I don't want more unrest. I don't want to deal with it. It's just too hard to cope with. Now, England probably could, but you know, it's a cube, man. Colonizing, well, it's a big deal. I'd rather cut back on that. No one else is playing in that world. So we go to the revolutionary spread. And now we have a revolution, which means it will spread as normal. And France gets to choose the direction of spread. A very, my damn battery. They take a very anti-Turkish stance, moving this to the islands, creating another little pocket, which means this is going to spread twice next time it spreads, unless the Turks can do something about it. And they also take this one across to Algiers. So whatever was happening in Spain in terms of this, it is actually becoming more of this Muslim revolution. For a reason. And I think it's kind of funny, and I think it shows insight into me more than anything else. But this feels incredibly unrealistic, right? France as a country, no one in France should be controlling, right, that this is spreading like this, you know? But somehow it's not bothering me. On the other hand, a choice between playing that and building troops from your own hand or something. You know, it's kind of like what's out here is stuff everybody knows is going to happen, And it's almost like you're able to pray or something to influence the luck factors in it by choosing one of these, right? That feels really weird if you think about it. It feels as disconnected from any understanding of how reality works as anything else does, you know, in a game. I don't know why it doesn't bother me. But yeah, it's as ridiculous as anything that I've seen in any CDG or anything. This ability to, you know, choose this card and implement its effect on others. I am bothered, however, by something like France choosing the pragmatic solution and which option that Austria is forced to take. That bothers me. Somehow this part doesn't much. I got no excuses for it, though. They're both equally, you know, I feel like, you know, the grand wizards of France are doing this. Before I start rolling Rebel dice, which is the next one, first of all, I have to run downstairs. But, oh shit, now I forgot what I was gonna say. You know, I remember how to get there, but I forget where I'm going. Fuck me. Wow. The Grand Wizards of France. Yeah, I'm just fucking lost. I had this idea, and I know, you know, these things, they trigger for me, and I know they're important. I pick up the camera, but then I remember, well, I gotta lead into it and all this kind of stuff. And then it's just gone, whatever the thought was, and I think it was really kind of a cool thing. Something related to this idea of like, players controlling things they shouldn't. But I don't know. Maybe I'll think of it again. This is remarkably unimpactful. France has a big unrest problem. They only had to roll the die once. They got their thing back. Spain has none. England has none. Austria had one or two. And I think they got them both back. I think they had two and they got them both back. One here and one up there. I mean, some of it's just good, right? Poland blanked out. No great loss. They rolled a flag, but their tolerance helped them. Turkey ended up losing some of their army, but they're not going to be able to do anything with it. They'll have money to replace it. So they actually lost both a cav and an artillery because their army was completely gone. They didn't have any revolts happen. Again, they have a fair amount of checks for it. Things like Alexandria here ended up turning back. This did as well. It was just really friendly die rolls all around for everyone. Now we check deaths. There's a lot less chance of them because all the advisors are gone. William in England ended up getting an aging marker, and Cromwell is gone. Well, Oliver. And there he is. I'm not worried about that because we got another French, right? No, we have another Spaniard here to replace him. But we actually lose him as a military leader, which we weren't using him before. Didn't need him. No battles. And then the last thing is more money on these. And the final card is soaring bread prices. This really sounds like pre-French Revolution stuff. Maybe. So first half of deck 4 might be the second half of the 18th century. And this might be the French Revolution impacts happening here. Although I'm pretty sure the power struggle, not play. Napoleonic Wars. Yeah, Napoleonic Wars would then be the 1800s. That feels a little short to me because Napoleonic Wars, I basically look at them from, maybe because of War and Peace and a lot of other games, Empires and Arms and everything, starting in 1805 with the Austerlitz campaign, and then going to 1815. Well, in this game, it goes to 1820 or something like that. But still, 20 years means that you're basically in the 19th century for the entirety of that Napoleonic Wars. That'll be the second half of this. But that's only 15 years. It feels to me that 15 years before that should also be in the second half of the deck, because I did calculate out and came to the conclusion that it's 15 years per round. Let me make sure that's correct, that makes sense. We start in 1444, so that's 60 years to begin with, to 1500. Okay, 160 to 1600, 260 to 1700, 360 to 1800, 380, and we're dividing that by 8 essentially, right? 380, no, 16. Wow, that's not fun. 380 divided by 8 is more like, wow. Does that make sense? It's more like 50 years, right? A little less than 50. So we're probably looking somewhere between 20 and 25 years a turn, not 15. But that only makes it worse, right? That makes the fact that these came out, so let's say it's, I don't know, 25, but that's actually making my point stronger. 25 years for each round. Let's call it 20 and give the benefit of the doubt to the deck. So the second half of the deck would be 1780 on. This half of the deck would be 40 years before that. So we're really looking at, 1740, 1750 right now when all this is happening. It feels like they're in the wrong place. Feels like they should be in that second half of the deck. By, no question, these issues. And we'll see if this kind of unrest is happening everywhere. Anyway, the card. All players must choose, and a whole bunch of nastiness. Help the starving poor. You must pay money equal to half your tax income, as well as a cube for each of your large towns. There's not going to be anything left for the Napoleonic War. Well, I mean, for whatever war period came after this. You're not going to see a lot of activity because the countries are going to be in complete turmoil. They're not going to be able to do shit. The whole cube mechanism is falling apart in my eyes right now. The more I understand the game, the more I'm saying there's something very wrong with it. You're getting too few fucking cubes to be able to do what you do under kind of normal situations. And now here we're looking at the most tumultuous time, or a most tumultuous time, cards that feel like they should lead into the French Revolution, and they're taking your cubes away, man. Let them eat cake, you gain 3 unrest and lose 2 stability. Wow. Which also is going to be problematic, right? Because again, it's not like France or these other countries just cure themselves. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe there's something that allows you to become, Napoleonic France by getting rid of all your unrest through drastic measures and undertaking huge military operations and everything. I don't see it in the mechanism. I just do not see it. Anyway, this comes with a lot of baddies too. Attrition. The armies are pretty much worn out. Again, your limited resources that you have, well, that prevent you from undertaking a war. Well, in the times of war, those limited resources seem to be getting even further hit. More revolutionary shit happening. That's going to be really ugly on Turkey. More unrest, and then some deaths. This is not huge, but it's really about the same level as the last one. You know, it's really the religious, and in this case, revolutionary ideas, combined with a revolt roll that causes you the problems. And the prevalence of those cards, and now here they're heavier than normal, the prevalence of those cards is what drain your cubes, right? But now on top of this, they're wiping out all your advisors and taking cubes this turn. So, you know, it's like there's an ice age or something. It doesn't feel like unrest. It feels like there's such a calamity that the government has collapsed and is unable to operate. That may be applicable for, say, the post-involvement in the American Revolution by France. They were really handcuffed by their debt. But the fact that they had a huge debt was a big part of that. And that's not being reflected in any of this, right? This is something different. And I'm really losing my confidence in sort of what the designers managed to create. Not so much in the core system, but in how the events apply to that core system, right? The kinds of things they do feel like they actually inhibit the wars that were happening at the same time. The wars that were happening sometimes because of the very things, especially if you look at something like the Napoleonic Wars, because of the very things that caused them. But we'll keep playing. We'll see if events change and throw me a curveball that I'm not expecting and impress me. The game probably has managed to do that a couple of times. I know I'm very happy about things about it, but I'm beginning to start feeling the same kind of, it doesn't actually hang together that I did about the original EU. The original EU, what didn't hang together? The event booklet has real problems and doesn't work the way the history works. And I feel like the designer, in that case, made some serious fuck-ups. There's an advanced, the Risto events, that somebody tried to fix some of that. And then the victory conditions, the fact that certain players are just screwed, and the fact that Russia is just screwed and can't like continue as a country, basically. Stuff like that is just so flawed in the game that it's like, you really need to fix a lot. And it's not actually very clear what you need to fix to make Russia work. Like, they're getting hit with these nasty events like the Times of Troubles and everything, but they're real events that happened. The non-player wars, they've come out of more damaged than otherwise. Anyway, but like that, this game doesn't feel like it's really holding together properly. And it may be the case, this could also often be what, you know, happens with such a longer game. This is not a humongously long game, but it's big. Is that the Grand Campaign didn't get play tested all that much, and that the per era scenarios or the smaller scenarios actually work a little better. And of course, me, if I'm going to tinker and add a Russia and Netherlands and, you know, the Dane, well, the Scandinavian countries with this weird sort of handoff or whatever, I'm not going to do any play testing except that, like, I'm going to come up with ideas and play them out, you know. But, you know, any kind of modifications that I make are going to be even worse, you know, in terms of that, by orders of magnitude, right? You're going to get really crazy shit happening. And that often is very discouraging to tinkering with things, is that, you know, you really kind of have to devote yourself to the project in terms of the same kind of way that the designers devote themselves to getting a workable and believable story out in the game. Spain absolutely wanted to do their event last time, but they were afraid Turkey might pass. I'm doing it now. and this is for the Spanish event, the Nuevas Planta decree. I'm going with Bourbon rule. Castile, Spain may research absolute monarchy for free. What does that give me? Gain 1 stability each time you enforce a peace on an opponent in a peace resolution. Yay. Any opponent. Yeah, opponent. Opponent's a player, I think. During phase 4, if you have positive stability, you can gain 2 cubes of any type and a point of prestige. Yeah, right? We are so far from that. But this is going to make it so that we want to enforce stability. Now, what is that going to mean? I don't know. In terms of play of the game. Like, again, that may be something that's hidden in those later cards that are going to trigger the actual French Revolution. But, and we have to see how they work to conclude whether or not, you know, my suppositions before were sensible, but also what's going on here. Now, let's keep looking, because there's more. If so, I did, add 4 unrest to my towns in Naples, Sicily, and Aragon, and place 4 armies in 1 affected area, rebel armies. None of the areas are affected. I don't have any towns in any of those. You could argue that those are the affected areas no matter what, and I could put them there no matter what, but then I wouldn't have had to go to war with Turkey, and I could have placed those there, even if I owned like Aragon. That just doesn't feel right. Castile, Spain gains 1 stability if allied to France, and loses 1 if not. I'm not. There go 2 cubes. Ouch. But I replaced my ruler. I'm ready to pass. I will be able to get a military cube and conduct some sieges here. Not as many as I'd like. Maybe I could have gotten an admin cube and shifted 2 over instead and captured all of Naples. I'm okay. I really am. This was the best I could do as far as I'm concerned. That's going to move the boat over to the English. I'm having to run back and forth for raid, and it's less, you know, I'm kind of considering, hey, can I get some screen capture software and do a discussion on raid? I don't know if anybody would be interested in that. Obviously, you know, the community of raid players isn't going to be interested. And none of you are watching, I'm sure, or very few. But because, you know, you have time to play, I don't know. Anyway, you can't be as badly addicted as I am and be watching these and playing games and stuff. You could be watching these, I guess, instead of but you wouldn't be as addicted as I am because I'm watching raid shit way too much. But yeah, I mean, whatever I would do wouldn't be at all interesting to people who are into the game or trying to learn the game. It's more of a, it would be more of a, hey, this is the shit that's, you know, captured my attention and try to muse about the why of it all or whatever. I don't know. Really, the turn is running down. England needs to get their military shit done. I got 2 artillery down here. That means 2 cubes will conquer me all of Scotland. Boom, like that. Off one, you know, 1 card, right? Took me 1 card to invade, 1 card to take it all. Feels kind of anticlimactic, you know, as opposed to the military operations in the original game. It just, it feels like, you know, I don't know, like doing a diplomacy action, or I don't know what else, recruiting my troops. I don't know. it just, this feels like the kind of operation that would take up the entire military operations of England throughout the original game. I mean, you just did on 2 card plays, right? The rest of the stuff is all stuff that you do in the spreadsheet phase of the other game. Well, that ate up all of the occupied markers that are left, and then I'm having to start using random shit I don't remember what those are, what that's even for. Victory points, when you're negative victory points or something. I don't know. On to the Austrians. They also need to start a new war effort. Throws themselves maximally into debt. Is this a problem? I don't know. I can't take this, unfortunately. I don't think so. We'll see, though. We could go bankrupt if there's unrest or something. To build my... And I could have had $2 saved by keeping one of these armies off board, because I'm not really facing anything. The Turks can't do anything, but maybe they can intercept. I don't know. The interception card costs a military cube, though. I put myself here in the vassal state because that gives me the opportunity to strike down this way if I were allied to Poland. I'm not, but I could attack into here, going through my vassal here, or I could go to Dalmatia, where I'm likely going to actually go. We're not gonna get much, you know, but I have enough cubes. I have an artillery. Those are 2 small towns. I can take them both, and that will give me the Holy League, which maybe lets me operate again. Problem is, I have to fight those 2 artillery down there. That's all his army is. If I want to push further, I'm not going to be able to swing around or anything without an alliance with Poland, or without a boat, but I have no money or anything like that. However, I might be able to win that. I might be able to get a cube out of it, and I might be able to get yet even more territory on the Turks out of all this. That moves the boat to the Poles. We know we're running close to the end now, because all those bad events have like neutered everything. Only one player has a choice of events, that's England. They want to get everything done before they take their event because they have things to do, and they might get a free extra turn by delaying their event so long. Their own choices are the pragmatic sanction, which comes with a pile of cash on it, might do that, or firing this off and causing all kinds of problems to everyone, which, if I'm in better shape to deal with those problems, might be an even more powerful blow, kind of like France picked the one they did, because in addition, not only does it give me probably some choice as to whether or not I want this event to happen. It gives me all the choice, but it also gives me control over these secondary events and how they operate. In particular, the spread of the revolutionary ideals. I don't care too much about that. I'm far enough away that they are not a threat right now. With Raid, really, this time around is taking forever, on video at least, and of my time. And I really counted on being able to come up and just do it in like half an hour or something, you know. In Raid, there's this tendency to have to kind of save up your resources and wait and wait and wait to use all these exciting things. You really want to use them and everything. And then you hit a point where it's the right time to use them. And you use them then. You get the benefits you've been expecting and excited about, but you get secondary benefits because you held on to them. And it's very much a game of that. It's called Weight Shadow Legends for that. But today, I found out I fucked up on 2 things that, like, I held myself waiting too long. There's a shift in picking certain missions, goals, whatever, within your clan that happens every week. You get to choose new ones, and basically, I want to be on at like, I don't know, I think it's like 2 a.m. on apparently Monday nights, but I don't remember that, right? And I'm always like missing it. Well, not always. I'm usually pretty good about it. I'm usually within an hour of that. An hour isn't very good though, actually. Like, all the best things that I want are gone in an hour. But today I didn't even remember last night. I was up until 5 in the morning. It's not like, you know, it's not like it's not in my schedule. It's just that I forget. There's no warning on screen about it. And so I was given a reminder from a video that somebody did, and I flipped over to it, and there was like fucking nothing. I could only pick lowest tier stuff. That's very easy to do, but it brings almost no value. But then today, I just realized, oh shit, I'm sitting on a whole bunch of stuff that I've been holding for like the last 3 or 4 days. I had reached a goal, didn't want to play it because I'm in a particular situation, a clan competition right now, where basically it's how much can you spend, how much of your resources can you spend. And this is actually a big one, and it's something that's preventing my progress for me not doing it. But I've been holding off for a few days. I've been held back by this for like weeks, but you know, like, oh, let's get the maximum value out of it. Let's wait a couple more days. It's not going to make much difference. But I just realized that I missed it. All right, on to Poland. Get much further. I looked at this card that I was holding, thinking, what do I got? Well, I got one hell of an advisor. 3 cubes next turn. 3 cubes for a while. Who knows? Cost me $4. I probably want that for that, but it's an increased stability. I'm at -3. It would cost me 0 to play this. It would cost me an action, and I don't want to do that yet, no matter what. But I'd get a stability and remove an unrest from a town or vassal. It's hard to tell which one's more important. I'll decide later, but 3 cubes every turn is pretty damn good. And everybody's wiped out now. That would give me, you know, significant, like, I'd have an actually decent admin along with my other stuff, where I'd be one of the best players on the board if I play that. That's my only card too. So it's not like I have, some people are holding on to like 5 cards or something. So this event was probably not as bad for them if they have the cash to put the advisors out. Poles just marched into Wallachia. Now this is interesting. Turkey doesn't have anything that they can intervene with it. That forced march, I still need a cube for it, so fuck that. And there's no interception or anything in this system, other than by card. But there is an ally here. He's an active ally, so he's got 1 army. So I'm actually facing something. I've got my king in charge, who will give me 3 extra orange dice. I've got a huge fucking army. I'm gonna wipe him out. Advantages, yeah, I know. It's the back and forth. I can't fucking see what I've got. Poland has nothing but cannons. Wow, Poland has no fucking military. I really just feel like more of the ideas should be available all the time. You know, it's like, so the idea of noble cavalry that the Poles would have, like there should be a limit to how many any particular person can have in any particular path or whatever. But that limit shouldn't apply to everybody. So like Poland should have noble cavalry, maybe not artillery. They didn't really siege all that heavily. Maybe not janissaries, you know, but there should be more available. It's like all these things feel like they should all be available to some extent or another, or more easily available than they are. Anyway, am I even going to roll the Polish dice? Sure. Look, they hit. Phew. Good thing I had artillery, yeah? I think I have cav too. But the Wallachians swing back. Now they only have 1 army, so all those hits don't do me a whole hell of a lot. And that goes over. That's a victory. Get my cube back. Which is important, because with 2 cubes and 2 artillery, I think I can take all of this. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I can take the rebels out and remove them with a siege as well. So 2 cubes, 2 artillery, 1 action. I can take all of Wallachia, Bulgaria. I think I have to actually own it, which means I have to come to peace. And the Turks have an interesting choice here. They may not have to surrender because they still have an army on the board. You're forced, into a defeat if your army is missing. But nobody's wiping it out so far. The Austrians might. They still won't wipe this out. So the fact that Turkey has like some garrison in Egypt, it won't come. It will not stop a total victory. Total victory, the situation for that. God, I've got tobacco fucking everywhere. This doesn't happen all the time. I don't know why it's happening so much right now. Total victory is nope, no deployed land units remaining. So if they have just like a garrison unit, like Turkey did back here or something, or like they do right now with this, you cannot get total victory on them. Now, total victory isn't that vital, right? Partial victory is what we're probably aiming for anyway, because you have to own all their provinces. Yeah. Okay, so here, PR enemy. PR deployed land units outnumber the deployed land units of their enemy by 2-1, which is probably going to be the case. So right now, there's 3 Turkish land units on the board. The Poles outnumber them. If I capture Wallachia, I get it. No questions asked, as long as I don't fight a battle. However, the Austrians, to gain any kind of victory, have to defeat that army. However, we have inconclusive results. Keep current state. No, keep current board state requires at least a partial victory. So for the Austrians to win this war, they have to beat the Turkish army. The Spaniards, they have 5 units. The Turks have 3. The Spaniards have to defeat the Turkish army. Wow. So Turkey could actually, they could be forced into a surrender with Poland, but refuse to come to an agreement with Spain and Austria if neither of those are able to take out, say, this army or something. Spain is closer to being able to, but there still has to be a Turkish unit destroyed. That makes this very interesting. By the end of the turn, that event will have fired off. There'll be attrition. The numbers will decrease, which means people with more will have a greater proportional advantage, right? So like if Spain loses 1, they're down to 4. If Turkey loses 1, they're down from 3 to 2. And now it's a 2-1 odds. So Spain would win the war and they would get whatever they can take out of Naples. Anyway, that's just where we're going. And, there's a big question which Spain wants. Obviously, they're going to take Naples because, it's the capital and all. But do they want Salerno or Bari? Salerno denies Turkey more areas over in the central Mediterranean, but Bari puts Spain over on the Adriatic. And it's like, do you want to allow them access or deny it or what? It's the kind of thing that's a hard call. Basically, at the end of the round here, because it's the Turks' turn, they have no cubes left. Nothing I think they can do. They don't have an event they can play, so they're going to be the first pass. However, time to stock up for next turn, maybe? Subjugate. Hate to lose that, man. How's my diplomacy? It's not great, though. Yeah. But I really don't want that subjugate there. Fuck. I'll certainly pay the 1 for the military tradition card to go under here. But the subjugate's going to cost me a loan to take. Well, no, it won't. Because I get $5. So now, yeah, I have to choose. I have to choose between getting another diplomatic cube or a subjugate. Control of the Barbary coast, so important. That subjugate is just too important to get rid of. These are useless to me. So we'll call that a pass. We're done. I finally made it around the round. haven't got as much rate as I expected to be doing, bouncing up and down. I thought I'd be, playing a player turn, run down, play a player turn, run down. Thought it would take me about 20, 30 minutes for the whole thing. It's taken like an hour and a half, I think. I don't know. And oh, I don't know how likely my yard work's going to be. I need to mow, and by that I mean, my hill, you can't use a lawnmower on this, so I have a weed whacker, and I kind of need to start trimming some of the weeds there again. Mainly what's growing there looks grassy, which is a cool thing, because when I moved in here, that was just covered with blackberry brambles, and I've been fighting for the 5 or 6 years. You can't get rid of them. My neighbor was like, yeah, you can't get rid of them, just use Roundup. Like, yeah, I don't want to do that. But the grass is beginning to starve them out. It's taken a while. Nothing else, is able to really kill them off, but grass creates this mat of rooting that they have trouble getting through. So it's about the only thing that stops them. And if you keep cutting them back, the grass will take over. Grass is not what I like there necessarily, but I don't know what I would like. Not really all that thrilled. There's a lot of ivy around here. It's actually invasive too, so is the blackberries. But anyway, the native Marionberries, there are like none of them around. So, I don't know. They got choked out, at least in the civilized area of the town and whatever, by these, I guess they're Himalayan blackberries. I love them taste-wise, but they just take over everything, and I can't even go in and pick them because they grow so densely into just this bramble. Boy, I did a little bit of yard work. Great, whatever, It was nice to be outside. It was a pretty day. And then settled in and played my raid stuff, and like 9 hours later, it's 3 in the morning, and I realize I've only done one set, one round, and we're getting towards the end, so I've been unwilling to leave sitting there watching videos while stuff that takes too long is happening. So with the French, what's up? By the way, I was so sure I was coming up here, I left the window open. It was like 70 degrees. It was beautiful, and now it's under 50 and cold, and I didn't notice that I had left it open. Luckily, I didn't leave anything else open, but all right. So the French are pretty much at the end of their line, which means they're going to pass because they don't have an event left. They get a few bucks for that, and actually, that might solve the problem. So yeah, I was looking. So do I want to spend a subjugate card? Shit, man, no. But I don't have a lot of diplomacy cubes, and what the hell. And I also have this naval maneuvers. The naval maneuvers I'm definitely going to buy. The subjugate, I think I get $3 on my pass. So between the two of them, I can do it without taking out a loan, which is kind of important. Yeah. So you can do things in any order. So I can do the pass and complete my turn by doing these. So that was $3, so I owe 3 more. And that gets me some military cubes and some diplomacy cubes for next turn. 3 more is exactly what I have, so I'll consider it kismet. It doesn't have the cubes they need. I basically, and I'm in a real hurry here, right? Because the events could run out. But I will have at least 1 more turn, so I'll play a cube to get myself one thing that'll allow me to siege two locations, probably win me the war. I don't think I want to get rid of any cards, do I? I have a couple advisors. All the advisors got run out by whatever the hell it was. I don't remember what the event was. Decline of l'Ancien Regime. So, you know, people who don't have their advisors stocked up are at a disadvantage. Even people who do are getting rid of resources that they kind of wanted. Oh, I should be careful here. Hold on. We got a triangle. I'm putting a triangle up. That might not be such a great idea, but I need the cubes. I have nothing. I mean, that's somebody I might replace someone else with, except for the fact that he's sitting on a subjugate card, which are just so fucking valuable. A little weak overall on ships. I'm really kind of torn here. So right now, I go from here to there. I don't link to there, and I kind of need it, but I can't manage that doing an explore action. It might be a risky time to do an explore action because I don't have any extra dip cubes, but I think it's a good idea for me to do one. So we'll just push on. And I'm gonna die. I gotta spend a couple of cubes for this. Why is this here? That can't be there, can it? It's like Tver. That should be in Smolensk. Okay. I get a 1. That means I actually succeeded without any losses, which is what I wanted. I'm allowed to put this anywhere because there's no 1 over on this side. I'm not allowed to place it here. I don't know. I've got some gold. Do I want more gold? I don't remember what it means to take gold. Let's put this here. I guess. And that moves the boat. Again, I don't want to take my event because I might get that for free. Of course, I'm pretty close to out of action, so I may want to. This is a real conundrum, but I think my best answer is to move down here into Dalmatia again. There's no interception or anything like that. And conquer those two. I have 2 cubes. I have an artillery, so it'll only take 1. Why do I have an artillery? That's a good question. I'm not allowed to. Oops. I have some money. So it'll take both cubes. Let's see. Artillery cost me 6 infantry, so I get $4 back. Well, I'm not as broke as I thought I was. Yeah, it's just crazy that, you know, I have never discovered the secret of conducting sieges, even though, you know, I'm in the middle of Europe and whatnot. My technology has not kept up with anybody else's. Even Poland has exceeded me on this. But of course, I had other technology. It feels too extreme. There's no diffusion. There's no free diffusion of technology, which really bugs me. What that may mean is that I'm just not keeping up with siege warfare. Like, I have cannons, but at this point we're looking at Vauban Fortress, actually beyond Vauban Fortress time, but Vauban Fortresses are really, you know, they're not improved upon. But, so yeah, we're looking at Vauban-style fortresses everywhere. But there's nothing that relates to that, right? There's no defensive equivalent. So the fact that I don't have cannons means that I can't attack someone else who doesn't have, you know, someone else. Everyone has achieved the same defensive technology, right? So if you try to look at it this way, in the old EU, you had to reach a certain tech level to build certain size fortresses, and you had to invest the money in them too, which was a real hard thing, right? So you'd only have a few really key fortresses in the game. And those would be hard to siege if you didn't have a technology that could face them. You really couldn't take them. You could assault them and you might get lucky, but probably not if it's a good fortress. But Here, I don't have artillery capability, right? There's no defensive equivalent, right? So all everyone's cities are becoming just as good. And in fact, bigger cities are just inherently harder to take, which also doesn't really make sense. Because it's the quality of the fortifications, not, the size of the city. There were cities along the Rhine that were not necessarily very wealthy or large, but were very heavily fortified, whereas cities in this period, in central Germany or whatever, hadn't been upgraded because they weren't a necessary barrier between France and the empire, or France and the Netherlands, Well, anyway, another little thing that just doesn't work. Spent their last 2 cubes taking everything here. They do have artillery, and legitimately. I'm wondering, did I fuck something up? Was Austria supposed to have it? But I know they didn't have it before, and I do not believe they bought it. That's Poland did it because of their card. And that means Turkey, but they're passing, so we wrap back around. And that's probably it for the night. It's late. I felt so fucking guilty for, not putting in at least a second round around. You can see they're really, really fast at this point. I could continue it probably, but I'll finish it up tomorrow. Basically, the problem, why I'm, wasted so much time, is I've been farming something in Raid that takes a long time for me to do. It shouldn't, but the little tool that I have that gives me hints as to teams doesn't cover this area. Misses and this should be easy, but I can't think of a team that would do it really fast. So it runs through and it takes about 5 minutes each run. I don't need much, I need to get one success basically at this point. But I've had to do quite a few, but I thought they would fall fairly quickly. And instead, it's just like I've been getting garbage each run, not what I need, and so I'm just down there. 5 minutes. I usually don't come up here for 5-minute runs. I usually come up here when it's more than 5, especially 10 or whatever, because it takes a while for me to usually do things. It doesn't right now, so I guess it would have been okay. But it's I just keep doing it and getting nothing, or getting what I need very, very much slower than I thought I would, in terms of the number of runs it would take. And each run is expensive enough that it's ridiculous. Turkey is passing. Spain performed their sieges there, taking Naples. I wish I had admin points. I have a development card. I could get rid of some of this revolutionary garbage. But I don't have the capability to move things around or anything, so I'm just kind of screwed. England is pretty much tapped out in terms of things they can do. 1 cube left, but they haven't played their event yet. And their event could conceivably give them something. I got 2 plays for event. The first one, the soaring bread prices. I am not going to have a hell of a lot of money, but I might be able to get away with this. Let's see. You must pay, no, because it's 1 admin for each of your large towns, and I have 3. I only have 1 admin cube, so there's no way I can pay this, which means I would be taking the bad effect of it. See, this is the nice thing about having a fairly low income, but I also have no money and no resources to do it. If I don't take this soaring bread prices doesn't get played, right? Only the subsequent events happen. It would be nice to control those, but I can't afford it. Which I guess means I am stuck taking the pragmatic sanction, which is not bad. There's a pile of money on it. And let's see what happens. I believe there's a cube in it if I want it. Okay, for one thing, Austria can switch leaders. Maria Theresa is probably technically better. They're both completely healthy though. Foreign recognition, Austria may pay to dip, they don't have, to gain alliances with 2 NPRs adjacent to the realm and place 2 cubes in the area. I'd gain an admin cube. Not bad. Domestic recognition, Austria may remove 2 unrest from their towns. Did I have any? I had some. Okay. And place 2 cubes in areas where they have vassals. Flip all marriage tokens in Vienna over. That doesn't do me anything, so I'm going to take the other one because it gives me an admin cube. Worst comes to worst, no harm there. Austria has to make the choice. Which leader do they want? Extra cubes is better, but does a couple of things. First of all, the Royal General goes away, which kind of sucks because I don't think I have another leader. And then the second, and this really does suck because I have to win, I have to do something about the Turkish army. I don't know that anybody else has to. Spain's got 5 in their army, so they've got, well no, they don't have 2 to 1, do they? It's 5 to 3, they need to knock another one. And the person most able to do something about this is the Poles, and in terms of size of army. So I think Poland is going to win the war and get out of it, which is what you want to do. Austria and Spain are going to be in a position where they might be able to negotiate an end to the war. Austria has important things to do though. Speaking of which, we have the Holy League, which we have the alliance in the papacy and another Catholic realm outside the HRE, Venice. Yep. Be at war with a Muslim realm, yep. And occupy 2 or more of their provinces. That's what we haven't done yet. We have to do it. This is more important than... it'll help fuel our war effort too. Let me look. Do I have a military leader? I do not. Ah, shit. Like, the problem is, I probably can't win a fight against the Turkish army. In part because they have a leader. But I want Maria Theresa as my ruler next turn. I'm just so screwed. Okay. Anyway, I should be putting a couple of cubes here. Couple more cubes on Turkey as more and more of their territory falls. Now, Turkey will probably be willing to sue for peace, right? Because having territories occupied by the enemy is a bad thing. So they may be willing to even go with the current board state with Austria or Spain, but more likely they'll be willing to, you know, give one thing up or something like that in exchange. All right, and let's score the Holy League. First of all, that's 5 victory points. Wow. I gain a cardinal, a military, and some money. Money is helpful. I only have 3 units deployed, so I get $3. And I forgot something. First of all, the cheating. Austria owes another cube. They don't have artillery. I only played 1 cube for that siege. It should have been 2. So they're running low on cubes anyhow, but it's not really the issue. The issue is they don't have the army to attack, to take the Turks out. And I think I'd rather not risk fighting the Turks, because the Turks could go to a return status quo ante if they're winning the war completely. Or maybe worse. Okay. But what I forgot to do is I forgot to fire this thing off, because that was the last event by England. So this happens before the Austrians go, but I will Probably everything stands. I can unwind if need be. First thing, maybe not. All PRs that are a war except you must remove 1 land unit as a casualty for every 4 deployed units. Okay. Well, Austria only has 3 deployed units, no problem. Other people have more, though. So here's Poland, 6, 7, 8, 9. Do I have any kicking around? 9. So I'm going to have to lose 2. All right. Not thrilled. Turkey has 3, no others on the board. France does not have 4. Spain has 5, 6. We might have another one. Okay. And I am England, so I'm not hit with it. Oh no, I am not England. This was automatically activated, so England also will lose 1. Okay. Yeah. Now the next one is the revolutionary spread. This will spread as described with the religious results, except it's only revolutionary. Auto-revolution as above. Okay. I have to do comparisons of wealth and power. It's going to favor going into next door actual towns. I'll show you what happened. So it's going to generate into the richest area that they're adjacent to. And when we look at all of these, we actually come to some problems. But this area, 2, 4, 6, 7. Good reason not to build up too many towns in one area. You make it a target for religious change. Of course, good reason not to build up towns at all, because you'll probably be richer than the surrounding areas. I think that's the closest and most expensive, and it's adjacent to both of these. Now, there's no distinguishment as to which one I'm supposed to pick to do it. I guess it'll come from here, but it really, it really could hit either. And maybe I have to take a secondary distinguishment, which is here. This is 2, 3, 4. This is 2, 3, 4, 5. So it kind of doesn't matter. This is the one area that Castile can reach that this can't reach, so I have to consider that. But right now it's indeterminate which of these two has actually populated this space, if you understand what I'm saying. Or you don't. Sometimes I have trouble expressing the actual core of what I'm talking about. But I also have to look over at these and make sure there's nothing in the Muslim world that is as rich. Okay. So Andalusia is the first of those to go. The second, I'm not sure. And oh, by the way, I had to put a Crusades token out here. Remember, we're running out of the occupied tokens. Overall, I would say, I bet you what happens is the base game came with a certain counter sheet. Adding the Eastern map does not give you enough counters to play the whole game without stressing the counter mix limit. Yeah. Would help if they provided some additional counters. So if they were doing like an expansion pack or another expansion pack or whatever with a couple new countries in it, they definitely would need to add more counter sheets to it. And the reason for that is, more people are active, more board is present. There's just more possibility for shit to be happening. So if they didn't, expand the counter mix for those kind of neutral counters, it's just not enough to play the game without resorting to all kinds of these kind of things and stuff. Okay. Second one, I really do think, and I have to look everywhere, but I do think it's this, a 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's already there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 4, 5. Wait, we got 2 5s. Okay. 2 5s is important because either this falls, and that would mean Castile has to do it, and that would mean Algiers did this one. 2, 4, 5 over there is Northern Anatolia, starts with an N. Leon starts with an L. LMN. The second one goes here. Now these have both been accounted for. Ooh, poor Spain. Wow. Viva la Revolution. Well, we had Cromwell there, man. He just died. We restored a king, and now there's a revolution. I think there's a story in there that makes sense. Now heading over here, we have a 4 over here. I think 5 is the richest anywhere. 2, 3, 4, 5 down here, but there are no towns there, so that's not even an option. It's going to spread to player areas in preference to anything else, which feels a little weird, but let's look into Hungary, make sure. No, that's not going to happen. Okay, so this one gets hit. Now this one could have been hit by either here or here, so it was hit by both and neither. It's Schrodinger's revolution. This can't expand, so we can ignore it for that, but we look at the next, and it's got to go into a town area again. Oh, this is here. So we've got a 4, we got a 4, we got a 4. God. We got a 4. Could come out of here. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, we got a whole bunch of 4s, so let's see. S, G beats S. A is already used. G beats S. It looks like Aden is going to win this one. So yeah, both Turkey and Spain are heavily revolutioned. Now, we get to roll revolts. Now, the interesting thing here is these didn't get a chance to spread any unrest anywhere. So at least there's that. They will at the end of the turn, though. Controlling the card would have been important. There's a bonus. England wouldn't have had to face as nasty a roll. They're in the middle of a war. They've captured a lot of territory. That territory could all go into revolt. They had to roll 4 dice. They got lucky, but sort of. They lost 2 cubes and 2 bucks, but fuck, man. You know, there goes the rest of my turn. Again, things that limit your capability to actually engage in the historical events of the wars and whatnot. I'm lucky that, you know, I've done everything I really need to, but you're just constantly as a player finding yourself not having the resources that you need to achieve historical results, and this is true even after you start kind of, you know, this is true of me even after I started kind of understanding how to handle the advisors, how many I need, you know, what I can afford, how important they are, shit like that. I'm still not finding that there's enough sort of excess on these countries to allow them to really engage in. I mean, think about France invading Russia, man. How the fuck is that going to happen? You know? I mean, Napoleonic Wars are supposed to be covered in this. How are you going to be able to conquer all of Central Europe, conquer most of Spain, push into Moscow and Russia? Of course, this is all in the course of one turn, probably one round, right? We were saying they're around 15, 20 years. Well, ouch. Not only conquer all that stuff, but then have the time for the enemy to push me back. So what you could then say is, look, you know, France goes to war with Austria, maybe beats them, and maybe another country joins the war and they get beaten back, and everything else is just abstracted. So really, a lot of the details of what's going on in these big event wars and stuff that seem like, gosh, I attacked Saxony and I captured it, great. Feels like a normal turn, what the hell, no big deal there. It may actually indicate that there's much, much more going on, and it's just been abstracted out of the game completely. That does not feel like the original EU, it does not feel like the computer game, and it really doesn't feel like, you know, it's giving adequate emphasis to the military operations of this whole story. You know, but I'm saying that as a guy who likes war games, you know. Look something up here. I don't see any reason why these are not in unrest and don't remember any. I have cubes down for them. I think I just, because they were the occupied markers, I held off on putting them and then forgot and put them the wrong way. But we saw the first pain point here. So the Poles re-rolled this die after getting a full revolt on it. They had a single cav army there, and it has been destroyed, which kind of sucks. Especially since this is a key area for the power struggle. In addition, the Polish cubes were wiped out. They decided to take their diplomatic cubes, I guess. I only used one reroll. I'm limiting myself to one reroll for this, which otherwise I probably would have rolled again, because this army could probably handle any real problems that came there. I didn't get much, but on the bright side, I got a town that is no longer in unrest. So if I capture it, that'll be a good situation. Turkey, remember they have tolerance, they can reroll some dice, and they rerolled one. Their situation looked really dire. Remember, they have a lot of unrest, but some of it's been captured, and their die rolls were mainly what seemed to be lucky, until you realize I got troop reductions, and now I'm down to one unit, and now Austria and Spain are winning the war. They can make full war demands on the Turks. And there's nothing I can do, I'm passed, you know? So, yep, Turkey will lose the war to all three players at this point, unless Austria's already gone and they haven't lost their army, unless Spain loses, you know, what's left of its army. But it has a fairly large force. And these are expensive losses. These were all, I think, artillery that were lost, you know, because all my infantry and even my cav has been wiped out through various means. Forced to take on more debt. Spain, did I roll for everything in Spain? Just making sure. Yeah. Their only issues were over here. They've kind of handled everything except for this revolt over here. Over here, I got a recovery, but I also got a revolt, which I was able to defeat. But, you know, all these dice are here. Threw my king in to the battle. Austria already went with their sieges, so I jump over to Poland. The turn is winding down, but wow. And this is kind of what a big military turn looks like. It doesn't feel anything like the kind of complexity and detail that you get from either the original board game or from the computer game, where, you know, you can zoom in on each fight and watch it as it's going and everything. You're just not seeing, you know, the forces moving across in the degree that you're thinking of. It's hard to tell, right? It's hard to tell. But when you look at something and you think about something, the scope of the 30 Years' War that ended up hardly happening at all here, and if you think of something like the Napoleonic Wars and how that would have to be represented in this game, and it supposedly covers them, you just kind of shrug your shoulders and say, well, it's not showing most of the actual military activity that's going on. It's not even showing the military activity of those big armies that are represented on the board. It's the only way I can answer it. We'll see. like some other things, maybe the cards make things different. Maybe the rules change during that period. No indication of it here, but maybe the cards make the rules change. Where am I? Poland, and then we're done. And I go downstairs. I don't see anything Poland can do, which means we'll pass, take our $2, but I have a card to dispose of, and I think I've mentioned this before. It's got two things. I could increase my stability to 0. That would give me a cube next turn. Or I could pay $4 and get 3 extra admin cubes next turn. In the long run, which is better, I don't know, because, you know, when's this guy going to die? How much is he going to produce? Am I going to get knocked down to the negative stability? This loses me a cube, which is why getting the stability up would increase me by a cube. But honestly, I think 3 cubes in the immediate future is of more value than increasing my stability at this point. Although there are problems with stability. It causes unrest and everything. One more pass left, and the turn essentially enters its very final phase. Nobody's really got a lot of cubes left either. The events of the turn have drained everybody's cubes. Oh, shit. All right. I forgot to kill off triangles. I'll be back with them. I forgot to do the HRE election, but again, I think it's fine. I don't think there's anything that's problematic there. So for the deaths, Jan III is gone from Poland, which means I have no leader or anything. But that's, well, it also means I'm in an interregnum because I have no leader or anything. Which kind of sucks. I don't know how bad that is. Everybody else has a leader, I believe. And the other thing is Maria Theresa is a triangle. Now, I knew or had the information available that she was old when she took the throne in comparison to, who did she replace? She replaced Leopold I from an earlier deck who was perfectly healthy. I should have been able to realize that. Had I considered that, I might not have replaced him. Because having an aging leader and eventually an interregnum may be worse than any of the other options that were, you know, the difference between the two leaders, she's definitely better, but he gave military capabilities which would have allowed me possibly to win that battle. I can't go back and change the decision at this point. In fact, one of the big pluses for the decision was that Austria had no chance to win this war. Well, now they have won the war. So who's left to play in the next turn? Spain. Spain has a couple of cubes. They might squeeze out one more action before they pass, or they might just take their buck. England is definitely passing. So then that triggers the end condition there. Austria might be able to squeeze out another action. But that's about it. So, yeah. For a half hour or so I can squeeze in up here. But, you know, it's just so crazy. It's like the game just sucks everything out of me. I don't do anything else. Not this one, the braid. And, you know, I did some yard work yesterday, maybe a half hour or so at most. I should do more. I have laundry I need to do. I have dishes I need to do. All this shit. I just, you know, the only thing, I have enough time to squeeze this in every now and then, and I feel guilty because I don't do enough of this, but all that other stuff that I don't want to do at all, but, you know, really should, just gets in the way. Anyway, we've got a lot of passes that have happened. What is Spain up to? We're almost at the end here. I got 2 diplomatic, which doesn't look like it can do me much of anything. I'm in a war, so I really can't do a lot of the stuff. Do I need to trade? I have money. You know, I mean, that's the whole thing. If you don't have money, it becomes a seriously limiting factor. But if you do have money, you know, these cubes might be more important later. I only have a 1 in there. It's time to pass. And that'll trigger the end of round. At the same time, I fill up a couple of advisor slots so that, you know, I'm going to have something at the end of the turn. But yeah, it's really kind of painful how that event wiped resources out. Resources for playing this turn, resources for next turn by the advisors going away, or cards that you had in hand so that you could replace it. England still gets the right to play, and I'm going to throw a commercial growth in here just to get more cubes, because I can do something with them. Maybe I draw cards, whatever. Not having cubes is deadly. Not having cards, well, that you can do something with your cubes no matter what. So I spring my money, get a couple of advisors. I'm still allowed to pass, right, as my final action, even though I don't get money for it, because that gives me a chance to play the cards. Finally, Austria. Nothing I can do with 1 cube of each. I could reorganize and maybe do something more exciting. Not going to do it. Same argument as before. Worth a buck to get a +1 on my admin, or is the man of the church more important? I can't play it right now. Are there provinces that I want to change the religion of? Probably. Maybe not right now, but there's a threat of Protestantism coming here, although I think Protestantism is done expanding. I think the revolutionary is the only thing we need to worry about anymore. So I'm going to take my my cube because it's just more valuable, you know. Maybe I'll draw another one of these. It's not like this. This is kind of nice. The development card or whatever, the one with the missionaries, is really powerful. Somebody blew one of them, right? The Spaniards did? No. Spain did not. Ooh. Somebody may have. Oh, no, this was a commercial growth, which is nice. It adds income to you every turn, you know, for playing that card. That's really sweet, right? You get an extra income and an extra manpower by converting a town upward. But such a powerful card, it's a hard call anyway, and if I can't play it right now, it only makes sense to get the cubes. Here, yeah, you know, I don't even, not that one, this one. I don't even know that I'm going to get to play it. Now, you know, Cardinal, nice thing, right? But screw it. You know, cubes are beginning, I've always realized how important cubes are. I'm beginning to really understand a little bit more, like how to make sure that I have the cubes. And if I play it again, which I really hope I can, but god damn it. You know, it's this weird strain, you know. I don't want to live any fucking longer, right? But I really don't want to neglect my games, and there's so many I haven't videoed at all, and there's so many that I want to come back to. Old favorites, new charmers like this. It's not like the enjoyment is worth the pain of living. It's just there is still some duty to these things. Anyway, so that'll end. That'll end the phase. I paid already for this. This just swings around and we'll be at the end of turn stuff. I just have to arrange the cards. So this mixture of like my addiction, which eats up everything it possibly can, pretty much. Coming up here and trying to get some games played, which I really ought to give up my addiction. I know that. I was planning on doing it after the last event. But also my view of like this whole, I don't even want to fucking plan for a future. I don't want a future, right? It means that everything that's kind of, hey, these are the things you really ought to be doing. The shit like my laundry. I know I need to do it. I put it off last week. Eventually, I run out of things that I can go dancing in or that I can schlock around the house in. Yes, I schlock around the house in the same clothes for a long time, but, they do eventually end up in the laundry. All these things that kind of need to get done, my teeth, whatever. Dealing with the jury duty thing. Shopping. All of these things, I'm like, geez, I don't even know if I'm going to live that week. I don't know if I'm going to be alive at that point. Okay, into the peace and rebels phase. The first couple there wasn't anything to do with, but in the siege or move, got two. One, this one, there's no unrest there. This is just going to drop down one, no big deal. It's gone finally, but there's one other left, which is here. I don't remember how this happened. I'm assuming Poland didn't have a chance to react to it, and I didn't just, not notice. There had been an army here, and that's gone, so that's a good sign. But they end up sieging this and taking one of the Polish vassals away, which is a problem. And it's now part of the Knights. It's like I had a war with the Knights, essentially, and that's what this is representing, because they're showing up again, the Prussians there. Now we go to the complicated peace resolution. And this will be painful because there are a lot of wars in play. So first thing I have to do is figure out where in the rules this is. There it is. The order. So automatic white peace, I don't believe there are any. Austria has captured things now. Okay. So yeah, everybody has troops or taken stuff in someone else. So no white peace. There's no total victories. So we go to partial victory. And Turkey has just one unit on the board, which means that all three of the allies have a partial victory on them. And therefore can make demands. And if you recall, it is not a bad idea. Never mind. Yeah, I don't roll my rebels until there. Yeah. It is not a bad idea to take these pieces, to take a chunk of something, because if you're still at war, you pay a price for that at the end. At the end, during the income phase, I think, or whatever. And for the people who are occupied, if it had been like negotiated peace, they also have an incentive to get the war over with. But let's take a look at these one at a time. Spain. Italian ambitions is 5 provinces in Naples, Sicily, Corsica, and Sardinia. This puts me to 4. It sucks, but Aragon could actually end up mine somehow. I'm going to take the peace and make the exchange, and I'm going to take the peace as a... I could force conversion. I can make the Turks... No. That has to be the capital. There's really nothing I want there except for current board state. I could sell back spaces or liberate spaces, but I don't want to. I want these spaces, so I'll just take them. I also have the opportunity to exchange my claim, and this is kind of more interesting because normally I would say, no, I don't want to, not for just removing one unrest, but I have a lot of fucking claims on the board, and claims are necessary, like I have none available, and claims are necessary for you to be able to colonize. So I am going to actually do this. I wouldn't do this if I wasn't short on claims. Even if I had like one left, I might have done this though. So just as an idea. I don't know if there's any order to this. We get rid of Spain's war and Turkey's war. And they get a truce marker each. Okay. Nothing else goes over. For Austria, again, I think they're willing to take this. I know Poland is. Poland's got what it wants. Austria doesn't know what they want because they don't have a thing. That puts me, I know Adriatic ports is an issue for me. This is a port. I think that puts me to 3, which is short. But again, I'm going to take it, and here I'm definitely going to expend the claim to get rid of the unrest. The only thing I lose by that claim is this would give me a declaration of war capability on Venice, which I still have here for Brescia, although I might want to use that for something else and conquer other things instead, like Genoa, which comes with one of the 5 that I need, and I'm at 4. Obviously, I would rather get Aragon because I've got other goals that go in that direction. Okay. And then the final one is the Poles, and they definitely are willing to enforce their peace. Do this. Nobody's getting any prestige off this because they're taking territory. When you do keep current board space, let's see. You can get some money, or if you liberate a province, you get the tax value. Now you get an alliance with the liberated country. I would almost argue it would make sense if you vassalized them. That would fit more into the kind of relationship that you'd have, because they really would be almost a client state. However, once again, I'm going to take it. I'm going to spend my claim because I own everything, but I only get 2 of these back. So I'll have an unrest kicking around. Whoever wins the war, like I haven't seen, there's cases where you can trade occupied provinces for your own for provinces the enemy's occupied on you, but usually you don't see that. I could see the clock running out and it happening, but now this gets us revenge for Varna. Owner vassalize all provinces in Wallachia and Bulgaria. That's worth 6. Wow. Trying to catch up there. And I gain 3 military cubes. Okay, good. It was like, wow, this is a kind of shitty time to get it. It's the only time you can get this, though. Well, no. But you have to actually own them, so chances are high that it'll happen during the peace phase. It could happen during diplomacy. What about Black Sea ports? Can we claim that? Owner vassalized 4 more ports facing the Black Sea. I am at 3. Okay. I thought we were going to get both at the same time. Must have thought there were 2 ports over in Wallachia. But, and we got the truces in play for that as well. Any other effects? Trying to remember if, like, anyone got to relocate. There's the dollar piece must flip their alliances. I already did this for one of them. This one got removed. Somebody's got an alliance in play. Here we go. Venice is still allied, but no longer in the war. Yeah. And this war was very helpful. So Poland scored 1. Austria, I don't know if it was from the war, but they got rid of both their missions. Spain didn't get shit, but they're on their way. That's why they were less convinced that this war was of their, in their best interests. Okay. Prestige penalties. Disputed succession, I don't think there are any. Occupied towns, I don't, well, oh, so I have a cube here, I don't know where it's from, but I do not see any occupied territories from rebels or whatever. I've been removing the cubes, but maybe I had an extra one. It shouldn't have mattered much unless I had to look up, and I did, tax value for an event or something like that. That's the, I wouldn't have double checked in such a case. Okay. So occupied towns, who has any cubes is pretty much the question. England has a shitload of cubes. England has a piece to do too. They have a total victory. Yeah, missed this. Where they get rid of this. And when there's a fair number of wars at the same time, these come off. The occupied markers just aren't sufficient. Now I do have some extra ones kicking around for manpower improvements, or maybe somewhere else that those markers are used, but I don't think so. Okay. We get to expend our claim, and we'll take some ports. Let's take a port on each side to reduce the unrest there. Let's check. Did we form Great Britain? On all provinces, Ireland, Scotland, Northumbria, Wales, and Wessex, yes, and East Anglia. Have 2 or more large cities in these areas, yep. So I gain a claim to Ireland and Scotland and remove 2 unrest. Okay. What do I need a claim to them for? Whatever. I mean, if anything happens, I'll get a claim. However, this is kind of nice. And I get 4 points for it. Okay. Colonial ambitions, I do not believe I've fulfilled. England, I don't know. We're going to have to look through those at the beginning of the turn and sort them back out. Colonial ambitions, definitely not, right? I haven't done anything. 4 more provinces. And these are outside of North America. Okay. All right, where are we now? Interregnum. They will go yucky. Okay. So somebody has one. Poland. Does Poland have any royal marriages? I don't think so. Royal marriages between players. Getting a card is neat, but you have to play a cube to do it. And unless there's some other reason that a royal marriage is going to happen, it's not going to happen. Which I really don't like. My feeling is that a royal marriage should be sort of a prerequisite for alliances in most cases. Maybe not all. Like, and this is where it gets tricky, right? It's like, usually good relationships were sealed by marriages. And there's very little incentive that I see in the game for somebody to offer a marriage. Like, the only game mechanism that relates to it is getting the card. And when you look at the historical situation, it doesn't really promote peace as much as they seem to think it would, right? So it's just a weird fucking situation. Okay. So also the Poles lose a stability, which is here. That means they have to lose 2 cubes, I think. See, this rule is not internalized for me, right? So I've got to find the stability rule again. This is what happens every time, like, I add a new finding. It becomes, yeah, I'm not used to that. It hasn't been absorbed yet. So you instead lose 2 of these. If you don't have enough of them, you lose another. Yeah. Okay, so the Poles gained some military cubes, and now they lose some cubes. All right, I guess it's a wash, more or less. Okay. Religious dissent. Okay. Here, and we also do the unrest. I have to remind myself of all this because it's been a long time since I've done the end of a turn. I have to do the unrest from the stability for each nation. So I will run through that. So Spain is having horrible issues due to the religious instability issues. They're just covered with unrest in the center of their country now because of that revolutionary ideology. But it did make me think, wait a minute, I think I know something, because I had to flip something over that wasn't a home province or whatever. And I found it. This Form Great Britain card, those aren't claims. Those are the much more reasonable, fuck me, core provinces. Which is a big deal. Now they won't just turn into not Britain very easily. And we do that back. Okay, back to flipping things over. Gaining territories caused more unrest. I actually maybe shouldn't have spent my claim, because now it's kind of an issue. I also had to gain unrest up here because I had, I have a cube up there. I think this is up here. I don't know for sure, but I think it got bumped. I didn't do that because I didn't see the cube, but yeah, that'll help. Austria gained their unrest here. Now this is off their negative stability that they got that one, so that's okay. Why do I have two though? One for religion, one for the stability. So if I had just gotten the religious one, if both of them switched due to religion, that would have been, hey, why'd you use your claim? You know, screw it, just leave your claim there, because you're not going to hold those things. Likewise with the Poles, they had to do their stability one in addition to a religious one, and they had one left over. Turkey, everywhere, you know, throughout the center of their territory is in unrest. And this is people who have the tolerance. They're not able to maintain their situation anymore. I guess I used tolerance on Bohemia and Estonia here. Here I used it over here because I'm actually thinking I'm probably going to go revolutionary. Both Spain and Turkey think they're going to go revolutionary. It just doesn't seem like they can afford not to. They're infected, man. However, and we did this, everybody's unrest, everybody's stability is in the toilet, right? Everybody is at -3 stability. Yeah. Poland had been managing to keep above water, but, you know, this is feeling so hopeless in a way that I don't think is really applicable. But one thing you've got to keep in mind is nobody's managed to switch their government type. Those didn't show up. Maybe they'll show up from event cards or something. Maybe those will fix things. I don't know. But it looks like we're going to enter into, just as we get into the 7 Years' War, the card is almost certainly in this next quarter deck, right? A situation where nobody's going to be capable of fighting a war. Because they just, first of all, our cubes were drained. But secondly, everybody is in chaos. There's people who might be able to take advantage of it. You might make an argument that Austria's not in that bad a situation. Britain's not in that bad a situation. They have opportunities here. But what are their opportunities? This is the real question. Is there something that they can inject themselves into? Well, Austria's already sitting on a lot of 7 Years' War areas. Yeah, they might add a little bit more points. Britain, likewise, might try to interject themselves, you know, into Hanover. I'm kind of hoping, well, I kind of hoped there was a card that did that, but the George II didn't. Is that who I have here? No, I'm still on William. George went away. I didn't want him. was kind of hoping that card would do something, but I don't believe it did. And I'm just kind of sitting here with, okay, so what's happening? Which means it's time to play with the dice. And that, I think, is the end of this section. See, here, new section starts at the top of a new page. That is so common throughout this rule book. They've done a lot of layout to get that right. But what that means is I start getting really used to it. And so rules that are on the next page, when the rare occasion where that happened, causes an additional problem. There's just no way to make things perfect, right? You know, I mean, you can't absolutely get the formatting right. Well, there are some companies that'll do that. They will, back in a day when paper was cheaper, they would leave big blank spaces at the end of sections. And France got very lucky with their unrest rolls. Yeah, I got to be careful. You know, when fleets are on top of things, I won't see them. I'm trying not to, but France got lucky with their unrest rolls. But I did look at, hey, you know, Anjou's got a different shield here. Now that's core province now, so it wouldn't actually revolt. It would just turn into one of these type of things, the other side, so that I could take it at my leisure, but I'd get penalized for it every turn that I don't take it. Honestly, I don't know which is worse, you know, right? Like, early in the game, you want your income and everything, so you want to it's not like you'd be getting your income, but you want to be holding on to territories. You don't want territories to be chewed away. But at this point, prestige points may be more important. We're getting to the end, you know? Losing income and manpower for the last few turns may not be as big a deal as losing a prestige point every turn. And that's kind of a fucked up thing, if you think about it, right? Like, because the country and the world does not end at the end of the game. And what you're getting is significantly different behavior of how the country is going to be run and how it feels about secession, essentially. Whether it would allow, you know, whether it would prefer it or not. Now, I flipped over this one. I could have flipped either one, but I chose to flip this one over just so that I would avoid the confusion in my own head. The effects are exactly the same, whichever one I picked. But at an earlier point, I would definitely want to do this to avoid losing the territory. This time, maybe I'd actually want to swap them and let Anjou be go free again if it weren't a core province. And again, I don't know how much sense that even makes, right? Like, you could make arguments, hey, the world is changing significantly at the period right at the end of the game. It is, but is it really? Like, in this case, is the nationalist fervor enough that nations were willing to be dissolved, you know, or lose chunks of themselves? Was that a reasonable thing? Like, would it be worse for them to have an internal dissent during that period? And I can't make that argument. I really can't. I think, you know, if you look at it, Austria-Hungary could have fallen apart in that period, but they went out of their way to prevent it from happening. Of course, right now, like Lithuania, Hungary is not really part of Austria yet, or ever, probably. Those are expensive to gain, right? They take a lot of diplomacy and a subjugation card, a lot of cube placement. All those cubes on the board fuck you up. Poland made an attempt at it, right? And then when you are, you know, you're handcuffing yourself by putting yourself in that position and expending all those resources to get it. And again, that's why Spain didn't grow either. So we're seeing a common theme here. Countries which have to vassalize large areas and incorporate them into their realm failed. Is that 100%? I think so. I think those are the three that did it. Historically, all three of those succeeded. In the game, all three failed. And you could make arguments to some extent, maybe I didn't pursue them as hard as I could have. Maybe if I had, managed my cubes better, I would have been able to do it. But again, that's a huge cube resource drain to have that happen in terms of actions, money, whatever. And I think it would be very common. I don't think that it will be common to see the historical pattern followed in any of those three cases. And again, there's just not enough resources in the game for the players. They're getting drained too quickly to be able to do the things that they historically were able to do, too quickly to fight wars with each other that historically happened. You're just spending so much of your effort trying to maintain your country in reasonable shape. Which, you could argue, well, look, those wars put a lot of stress on the countries, and boy, they kind of made them fall apart. Yeah. But the players shouldn't necessarily have that kind of control, or the value of winning those wars should be so high. Now, if we look, the guy who's in the lead is Turkey. They fought wars, gained territory, made a huge empire. They did all kind of good things. They came close to their historical situation. Better, I think, they never fought Persia, but better, I think, than I've ever seen in the original EU board game. But everybody else just who had to gain things. The only exception to this is France, but they were able to incorporate their territories in a smaller bite. So, and they got them kind of for free. They got them through military conquest. So that's the other thing. Aragon, Hungary, and Lithuania were not conquered. It might have been possible to conquer them. Of course, they're too big to conquer. Hungary, maybe not, but they're too big to conquer in general. And it's just like, Jesus, man, how? Okay. That was just the French. I've done one country's roles and talked for longer than probably the rest of them will take. Kind of funny. Oh no, this is counter-reformed now. Wow. I was going to say, it's kind of funny. The Netherlands has kind of settled itself. Yeah, the Dutch are a counter-reformed country because of the missionaries that went in. They destroyed the Calvinism. Cool. But what I found kind of weird is that, yeah, Spain's in complete unrest, whereas historically, with the Inquisition and whatnot, they controlled, they had very little unrest in their own country. Although, once you get to the Napoleonic Wars, things get weird. And also, earlier during the Spanish Succession, there were attempts. There were Catalan attempts and whatnot. But yeah, it's just so odd to see this perfectly stable and happy. It is late enough that maybe they were no longer a great problem, but wow, the center of Spain. Nothing went over, though. Did it? Wait, we got a revolt. We did get a revolt. Hey, that is the one thing. And that's going to be a religious revolt. Oops. But it wasn't on Madrid. I always want to take this one. That says I have one. Yeah, now I have two. And those are both religious problems. Ow. I don't know if this religious problem started out as, yeah, it had to be. I don't know. I don't know what happened. Anyway. Oh, England rolled a $2, and they don't have $2. They have $1 and 5 loans. It's bankruptcy time, a rule that I don't get to see very often, so obviously I do have to look that one up, and always will. And I'm going to allow you to have the fun of joining in. And then, I look at it again, right? 21 bankruptcy. Has 5 or more and cannot pay a mandatory cost. How can you have more? They immediately go bankrupt. Remember, paying advisors and military units is not mandatory. I lose 3 stability. Well, that eats up any cubes that I have as well. I lose 5 prestige. Well, there goes the advantage of creating Great Britain. Great. Bankrupt Britain. I discard all money and 3 of my loans. I don't know. Other than the 5 victory points, man, it's not a bad deal so far. Who loans money to a country in this bad a shape? Disband mercenaries, fire all advisors. That's going to hurt. Next turn's cubes are screwed. And I lose half my cubes. Yeah, okay. But the advisors, remember, I paid to put these guys out here, at least one of them, the commercial growth guy. I would have had enough money to survive if I hadn't made that choice. I didn't have any unrest. I didn't realize it was a problem. But yeah, my stability is low enough. I'm going to get an unrest. I don't have tolerance, so I can't re-roll shit. Turn's almost lost there. Oh, we got to roll for this too. I didn't see that one. Well, we'll just do that right now. That's a cube. I got one. Black cube. I don't know. With their tolerance, managed to lose their last remaining cubes. They actually had a revolt. I didn't want it to happen. It really wouldn't be so bad. I had an army there. But what the hell, something good might have showed up. Like, I did get one of these, not off the reroll. Or a blank might show up or whatever. So a revolt is still pretty much the worst thing that could happen, unless I was close to bankruptcy. Then it would have been a mistake to reroll. And Turkey, poor Turkey. First of all, they lost the rest of their army. It was just one unit. These things, they lost some money. I don't think they had any cubes, but they probably got some cube rolls. But I didn't generate anything on my capital, which I was kind of figuring I would. That would allow me to, well, I could get lucky. Or unlucky. See, here's the thing. I was rolling 2 dice there. It might have been worth taking a reroll to try to force that, to give me that option, because then I could clean up a lot of this unrest. I lost Naxos completely. This revolted. You know, just bad stuff is happening. And Naxos is not core, so it's just gone. You know? Why is there a troop there? That's a good question. Yeah. I placed the troop there. I did the wrong thing. I have to look up the rebel rules each time. I did so here to see the, hey, what happens if there are, you know, what happens, because I know troops are generated. Troops are only really generated if there's an enemy army in place. And then what that means is that they defeat the enemy army, they get to stick around and fight and siege things, but you get time to deal with it. If you have no garrison in the area that you roll for, it just converts over and there's no rebel army or anything. So Naxos is now a free state. Now, I may have a claim to it. I don't remember. The province is liberated as in 14.3. So this is kind of interesting. Most of the game tells you which page to go to, whereas this is much, much more useful. You know, they could have just told me page 17 or 37. A territory in which case is placed with a boop. Yes, you create a dynamic NPR somehow in the new world, which kind of makes sense. The core provinces of a realm occupy a province which is assigned a rebellion or sieged is immediately liberated if it's occupied by an enemy of its lawful owner. Yeah, sort of. The core province, no, that's when you're, the core provinces of a realm other than the PR that owns or has vassalized it, in which case it's returned. The province is now controlled by the realm whose core province it is, regardless of whether that realm still exists or reemerges. Yeah. Okay. So I did that right. I don't see anything about getting a claim. So they're just liberated, and I don't have any easy way to get them back. I doubt I'd go to war with them, but unlike, I don't know, Turkey has a lot of advantages in terms of like a lot of little places that they can just grab. You could say Italy is in the same sort of state, which is maybe a reason why it should be attractive to France or whatever. I don't know. But Turkey also got like goals that were based on taking at least some of these, if not all of them. So it attracted me towards that, which is part of why their realm got so big. I think that's the whole line there, and we're on the income and upkeep phase. Not going to do that right now. I know. But I got to play Raid, and I came up here because there was a server maintenance window, and I'm well over that. Something else that disturbs me here. The truces. You can't declare war on somebody who has a truce. There may be exceptions, and there may be exceptions from events and such not. But normally you can't declare war on somebody who has a truce with you. And now let's think about how the power plays or power struggles or whatever are represented and what they represent. Because I just had a war. It concluded at the end of this turn. But that means that there is at least, and again, if we calculated this outright, like a 20 to 25 year period of peace between those two countries, ensured by the fact that we were at war before. Now, that may be true in some periods. Trying to think if it is. I don't think so. I don't think that there's any period where 20 to 25 years was the standard of peace between nations that had ongoing, strategic interest conflicts, right? I think that's really, really rare for that long a peace to even exist. But here's what it definitely doesn't allow for a representation of. Think about the wars of Louis XIV, where he was constantly entering and leaving wars with, Austria or the Dutch, the British interests, whatever. It was an in and out sort of thing, just regularly happening. Now, look into the period that we're actually in. War of Austrian Succession, War of the 7 Years' War. They were like right with each other, which is why I think the two are both represented by this same card. That's fine. The goals over that period are the same, but here's the thing. I think they both show up in the same turn, essentially, and they're represented by very, very abstract situations, which is, if they were to occur, right, they would be represented by a very, very abstract situation in which almost nothing would happen on the board. So this war that happened here, which was kind of a big war, right? The Austrians came in, got defeated, came in again. But who knows what really happened? There could have been sieges of Vienna and all kind of shit like that happening in this that just are not going to be represented in the game because it is just stepping back and taking such an abstraction that it's no longer even showing the military movements as they were. I'm pretty convinced of that factor. And that starts to fit in and make a little more sense of the cube shortage and whatever. I still don't think you can even accomplish, it was the fact that there was fat in the countries that they were able to go to war, right? And that fat's not going to exist next turn, which means this shit's just not going to happen, right? We'll see. But I think we're going to enter at least a 1 or 2 quarter deck period of recovery from what happened here. Some of which was the revolutionary, not theology, but liberation theology. No, the revolutionary ideals, the nationalism that's showing up on the board. That certainly did a hit. Another was this massive use of the spy network by the Poles to give them an advantage in the war. That was a big move. And now I'm beginning to respect the spy network more, but only as a military technique, right? Cause that unrest to just cause so many problems to your enemy that they can no longer really fight the war all that effectively. And even if they try to, they're going to be in much, much worse position. So any kind of negotiated peace or whatever, if it comes to that, you'll be able to get an advantage. Anyway, I wanted to bring that up. The fact that like the military really seems super abstract. Like there's this impression that you have these provinces and armies, and that the armies are actually operating in the areas that they show up in. I don't think that's true at all. Not provinces, but the areas. I really don't think that there's any real significance, except there are forces that are within striking distance, that are in that general theater or whatever. Like, this is the whole theater of that war, and all kinds of stuff could have been happening that you have no idea what it is by the representation on the map, which is completely at odds with what the original EU shows you, and completely at odds with what the computer game shows you. So in that kind of level, something has been created here that is very, very different from the predecessors. Now, I don't like it. Right? I mean, I like the game, but I don't like when I'm having that kind of expectation of something, and I think that the history is playing out, and I think that I should be able to understand. So I'm not saying I don't think I should understand the history because I'm seeing it on the game. What I'm saying is I think that I should see something that reflects the history that actually existed, though, so that I can get better imagery. Right? It wasn't just two battles here. Okay, that's an abstraction that the original had as well. You don't know how many battles happen in, the 10 pulses maximum that happen in a 5-year term, right? Really, the most you can expect out of like a movement of a unit is the campaign. That's like maybe one campaign season for an army, right? But here, it's nothing on that scale. It's just stuff was happening somewhere in the area where the unit kind of sort of looks like it is. But you got no idea how much. And that makes the Napoleonic Wars could be fought all right here with a couple of peace moves, and you're just like, well, Russia was invaded, but we don't have to actually demonstrate that or show that happening or anything in any sense of the word. Of course, a Napoleonic Wars without Russia seems kind of weird. Also, just waiting for Poland to disappear, man. Like, they should not be in the campaign game after, they're still there during the 7 Years' War, but it's pretty soon after that they fully disappear, and they're actually shrinking already. I believe the first partition was before the war. Maybe I'm mistaken. But anyway, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I'm just in the mood to babble. What else that troubles me a little bit? This revolutionary ideal or whatever feels like showing up way too early, right? To me, maybe I'm missing something in the political philosophy of the time. Certainly the Americas revolution was based on French thinkers and English, people like Locke and Rousseau, who existed previously. So there's a philosophy side to this nationalism and self-determination type idea. But I don't know if you can argue that sort of very ivory tower philosophy had a lot of effect on the ground until the American Revolution. Maybe I'm mistaken. I'd love to hear somebody's comments on that, because it's just not something like. I'm sure that there are instances of things where people were somewhat espousing it, but look at the impact that we've got here. We've got two nations basically in the kind of condition that they would be in if you know, during the religious strifes, right? Things like the French Civil War and stuff like that. We've got two nations that are locked into that with this sort of nationalist philosophy. It's kind of interesting where, you know, it had to be a Muslim idea, man, because and it quickly got imported into Spain, and you're just looking and you're like, wow, this is not our world. You know, this is a world where, like, I'm beginning to think that Turkey is going to sort of spearhead the advances, you know, because it showed up there, man. Starting working through the income and upkeep, I get to here, and then I pause and finish the rest of the turn. But actually, I kind of look at this and forget about those all too often. But anyway, France, economically, they're struggling, but they're okay. I mean, that's not horrible. They're France, but, you know, I mean, consider, at least in the old versions of the EU computer game, France used to just be, and in the original game it would get kind of close to this too. It just tended to get very, very wealthy as, not from the merchants, they weren't, so in the old board game, they weren't ridiculously wealthy. In the computer game, they got ridiculously wealthy, just by the way you would play them. I don't know if the later versions have kind of corrected that, but they were like the economic powerhouse, and towards the end of the game could just do whatever they like. That doesn't feel like it kind of naturally happens here in the same sort of way. They haven't gained all the stuff that they gained under Louis XIV. Their nation is much smaller. You can see they don't have everything in the Provence region. Again, it's hard to, like, achieve your natural goals. I'm amazed that Turkey is doing as well as it is, right? But in terms of economic powerhouse, it certainly isn't being what it was. Spain, though, somehow or another, and I have no idea how, has achieved a relatively good, you know, they have a 25 coin in them. And England, now that they've created Great Britain, is starting to produce at least positive income, even under horrible stability issues and whatnot. Quickly through the rest of the income, Austria made a pretty decent amount, finally. They're hitting their 25 coin. Nobody's over 50, which we had before, right? But Poland looks like they've kind of sunk, and I'm not quite sure what's going on there. 24, 32. They have an army, but it feels like something's very wrong. like I didn't add something important in. Having a big field army is what did it, and it's not a huge army either. So, you know, and Turkey, like Austria, has a decent amount of cash. They don't have a big army. Looks like I forgot to move something there. Oops. We got to take care of that. They don't have a humongous army, but they have some debt. They have the stability issue. Things are not, you know, hitting as well as they used to. But I haven't dealt with their armies at all. I think I just ignored all this. One thing, well, I didn't ignore this, or all of it, because I jumped ahead. And if I'm giving everybody else cubes for these, which is cheating, but the Turks should get one too for each turn. So they've got a collection of 4. There's nothing they could have done with them. That's fine. It's not hurting anything. But yeah, if I'm cheating for other people, I should cheat for the Turks. They have. It's not a colonial claim. It's a claim on a territory on a distant realms NPR. But since I've been giving them out to other players because it's really hard to see. You kind of have to investigate underneath what you've got there. England's collected up quite a few. They should only be getting 1 per turn. Right now they're getting 3. But again, I'm just trying to help, make colonization make some sense or actually be able to happen. The one thing is the cube totals. They're not good. They're not horrible. I mean, you look at like France. That's where I was when I didn't know how to manage cubes, right? Same thing with Spain. But everybody's taken such a hit because of the events that came out. And some people are in pretty bad shape. Look at poor Poland here. Of course, they have the interregnum. So, yeah, that just fucks you. And then, yeah, I got to do the Turks there, and then I'll go on to handle the remaining stuff. Somehow or another, I was cheating and took my merchant off the board instead of put him down in Aleppo, I guess. I don't know. Instead of an army, I don't know. He probably got bumped from somewhere or something. At some point or another, the Turks probably should have lost another military unit off the board. They have none now, so there's nothing I can really do about it. I could charge them $2, but I guess that's not a terrible solution. Yeah, let's do that. Because I did cheat. I don't know that was this turn, but it probably was. We had lots of it may have been the turn before. Anyway, they have the free trade advantage, so they have 3 merchants on the board. And Poland's the other one with it? Yeah. Neither of them does trade much. You can see, though, my army is not recuperating very quickly because you only get a maximum of 6 per turn shifted over. And because everything was destroyed, Turkey's sort of a sitting target. Luckily for them, there's no one who can declare war on them. I don't think I miss anything when I miss this. It must be this that I miss sometimes. There's not a lot there. There's the Imperial cubes, and I did that ahead of time. Past the first player, recover the rounds. I kind of have to do that. That will put us to draw new cards. And as always, I'm going to go over what the new deck shows, just so that you have a teaser for the events that are showing. The Silent Sejm. It's a Poland one. Hey, it's Augustus the Strong. Intimidate the Slacha. Poland may pay 3 admin to research the absolute monarchy idea. They get 3 unrest and 5 rebel armies in one affected area. You gain a military. Augustus is not a good leader, but hey, I'll take what I can get. Let foreigners mediate. Poland gains diplomacy but loses 2 military, and the absolute monarchy, if they have it, you gain 1 peace. Now the absolute monarchy, somebody picked it up, Spain. The big advantage of that is that you get, hey, you get something I didn't notice. A point of stability. Now that's a big deal. I actually get a cube back that I would have lost. I think that was a diplomatic cube because I'm at 1, 2, 3. Let's check the others, make sure. 4 there, 2 there. Yeah, I think it was a diplomatic cube. I seem to remember throwing a dip cube back. They get 1 for having the Curia. And they also have cheaper stability gains, which I will never fucking remember because it's over here. Okay. So yeah, that's kind of a nice option for Poland. Oh, what else? The monarchy gives you something else. During phase 4, if you have positive, you gain 2 cubes of any type and a prestige, which is great. But the biggie is the absolute monarch, like Louis XIV, wants to throw themselves into a bunch of wars. I'm not really in a position to do that with this like revolution happening in my country. Who's in charge again? Philip V. Okay. Must be a Bourbon. Disputed succession. These are the standards here. Pick an independent realm and flip things over. And then you choose if there's a war of succession, where you get a free declaration of war targeting the realm, with a bonus if it's adjacent to you, support for local nobles. You lose some prestige, but gain a bunch of cubes. Sounds horrible. This will trigger the 7 Years' War. A couple of minors are affected. That's going to be Portugal and Orange the Dutch. Some piracy and death of O's. Who's got an O? It's the new Poland O. That would really suck. We've already seen a triangle in this deck, so there shouldn't be one. Okay, and the third one, Mississippi Bubble. This gives you Louis XV, who's an O, so he could come in and be older. Again, when you pick, when you use generals as your king, the ahistorical rulers, if you use that, you are going to disrupt the sequence, and that's sort of a factor. Like the historical ones you would expect to work well. The ahistorical ones, you've got no idea how they're going to work. But yeah, Louis XV is going to age real fast. Well, unless I wait. Issue more paper money or notes. France must pay ducats equal to half their tax income. All PRs adjacent to France can remove a debt from their treasury. Wow. With no other effect to France, so that's kind of interesting, but they got to pay a lot. Let the bubble burst. France loses 2 prestige and 2 stability, gains 3 unrest, and must discard all their colonists. Ugh. Yeah, so I think that's it. Let's make sure we're not at the end of the age. Yeah. So this one will be going up. Sounds like my game is still fighting itself, but that's okay.